Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Sunday. Happy Christmas Eve, everybody. If you can't tell, I have two guests with me today. I have Aaron and Christy. How are you, ladies?
Hey, I'm doing great, Dustin. Thanks for having us on and doing this crossover episode. Coffee
Oh,
talk.
100%.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Definitely is coffee time, especially for
Oh,
Christy over there on the West Coast. So,
Yeah, it's about 4:30 here. It's all good.
oh, goodness gracious. So,
yeah.
what do you guys normally talk about on your coffee talk or your coffees?
Well,
We've done a few things. I think the last time was like in November, so we were doing like our favorite things, like what we would put on our Christmas list, right? That's what we did last
yes,
time, right,
yes, our
Aaron?
favorite things, and we were going back and forth with Amazon and looking at different products that we liked, and that sort of thing. I think that was our last one. That was a
Yeah,
while
we
ago
don't, we
now.
don't do it weekly, Dustin. It's kind of like as the spirit moves, and we're like, hey, let's do a coffee talk. But like we have our own little, coffee talk across America because I'm on the West Coast, she's on the East Coast, and we just get on with our coffee, see who joins us in the chat, say hi to people, and
Yeah.
talk about our meat-based diet. It's kind of cool because Aaron, my friend Aaron here is low carb, and I'm at the other end at carnivore. Now we've got you here right in the middle at keto. So hey.
I pointed in the wrong direction.
I do that all the time.
I'm like, I have to do the opposite. And now it's like actually, yeah, whatever.
So, like, I started doing my Sunday morning live because I get up with my wife, Chandra. She's a weekend nurse, so she's a weekend option nurse. So she
Ooh.
works every Saturday and Sunday. And so I get up with her, and I was like just sitting on the couch drinking my coffee, watching YouTube. And I figured, well, I could put more content out if I just sat in front of the camera and talked. No one's going to show up, though. And then for some reason, it's gotten a little bit bigger than I ever anticipated. A Sunday morning at 7:30 a.m.
It's great for me because I'm the only one up. I'm up with the roosters or whatever. And one day I just saw you were live, and I was like, oh, cool. So now I pop in almost every
Sure.
week.
Yeah, I'm up pretty early every day anyway, but every once in a while I try to sleep in. Today would have been one of those days, but that's okay. Let's just keep things consistent, and it's probably better for me anyway, right?
There you go.
So if you want to give us, for anybody who may be watching my channel who is not familiar with you two, so I know you're streaming to both of your own channels,
Mhm.
but if you want to take turns and kind of give us a little bit of a background on how, or where you came from and how you got to where you are.
Christy,
You
go
can-
ahead.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Well, I'll start.
I don't like my mouse, so
Perfect. So my name is Christy. I'm a teacher. I teach fifth grade out here in California. And I started the Proper Human Diet back in February, actually with keto, because I thought that I wanted to lose 20 pounds. And little did I know, as the vegetables just and other carbs and things just sort of slipped off my plate, I started noticing some other benefits that I really didn't expect because I didn't research carnivore. I didn't even really know what it was. And as you can see, I'm not, if you want to call me ketovore because I still have my coffee, that's fine, but whatever. But I started noticing some things like in my mental health improving, my anxiety went way down, and my food obsession, which had been horribly unhealthy ever since my teenage years. Like I had this calorie counter that was always kind of counting things all day long, every day. That just sort of went away, and I don't count anything anymore. I'm not worried that, if I eat this, I might gain something, or what's going to be my next meal, and do I have to count it? Like all that just kind of went away. So it just improved my life in a lot of ways like that. And I thought I started my channel because I thought I'm not the person with the 100-pound weight loss, or Erin has some great pictures, but I'll let her talk about that. I don't have those before and afters that are so dramatic like that, right? So if I don't come here and talk about, how I used to feel versus how I feel now, no one's going to know, because looking at me from the outside, you would have thought I was perfectly healthy, because skinny equals healthy, right, Dustin? We all know that.
Yeah, of course, 100%.
yeah.
So that's my story in a very brief nutshell. How about you, Aaron?
Well, I like I said to you the other day, Christy, my story could take hours if I were to tell the whole thing. So I'll try to keep it brief. I have a long history of weight loss several times over my life. Some yo-yo dieting, a lot of health issues, and come to fast forward to this past May, I was diagnosed with celiac disease. And I jumped all in. I had been researching low carb and carnivore and all of that prior. And I said, you know what? I have to go gluten free. I'm going to do the low carb. I'm just going to do everything and like get as healthy as I can. And that's basically what I did. I did the gluten free, of course, but I also, cut out almost everything else, all the grains and whatnot. And I was basically, I would not say that I was ever carnivore per se, but I was heavily meat based. I would still do like the yogurts and the cheeses and some berries and stuff like that. And then just over time, as like my health continued to get better and I experienced a lot of symptom relief, like Christy said, a lot of anxiety relief, especially joint pain, neuropathy clearing up, just like a lot of stuff getting better. I kind of started to experience some things I didn't really like, and I started to add some foods back in, did rather well. And here I am now. I was kind of like, I guess almost ketovore at one point, keto, and now I'm heavily low carb, and I'm also doing this strength training program. So I need to eat a little bit different and watch macros and stuff. So probably a lot higher carb than a lot of people would be here, but still low carb, especially, considering what the rest of the world eats around us. So, and I'm at Brewing Better Living, previously the low carbist, if people recognize me and think that that's not my name.
You mean you're not the low carbist evil twin, Aaron?
We'll say that. Okay, let's go with that.
So just a brief overview, just to add continuity, I guess. I started. Mine was for weight loss. I was over 420 some pounds. I'm not quite sure how big I actually got, but the time I stepped on the scale, that made the difference was 420 pounds. Long story short, started doing low carb. Not really sure what low carb was. So we had to kind of start from scratch. It was 2016. No idea. Keto, not on the radar. Never even heard the term before, but low carb, obviously, because I remember the Atkins phases in the early 2000s and people doing Atkins and all the myths and everything that went along with that. If you can lose weight, but you're going to die of a heart attack and all that stuff. So, the wife and I decided to do low carb instead of trying weight loss surgery. And so that was a journey to get from what our idea of what low carb was, which was like 100 grams of carbs or whatever or less a day, and to transitioning and finding out about keto, starting keto, and, going to the grocery store and kind of taking 5 or 6 very long trips at the grocery store, kind of scouring all the products in the grocery store to figure out what a carb was and all of that, into where we are now, where, yes, keto works because it's the umbrella that ketovore and dirty and clean and carnivore and all that stuff all fit under.
Yep.
But I think, some weeks we're more carnivore, some weeks we're probably closer to low carb. It just depends on what's going on with us and that kind of stuff. And I've lost well over 100 pounds and I've still got plenty to lose, but we're here, and I'm here to keep myself accountable and hopefully shed some light on somebody who doesn't know what they're looking for and doesn't know how to get out of whatever situation they're in.
Yeah, that's awesome. And so I bet you feel a ton better. Do you? Yeah, pun not intended, but yeah, I bet you feel about a ton better, Dustin. And
Yeah.
What about like any other benefits, like health, mental health, or anything like that, or has it just been weight loss?
Well, that's the weight loss was the why, but then that why has shifted as to why we continue.
Mm-hmm.
I was dependent on ibuprofen every day. I was dependent on allergy medicine every day. I was taking a ridiculous, probably would have, debilitated some. I was taking like 4 Benadryl at a time.
Whoa.
Like 5 times a day. The same thing with ibuprofen. just to, the knees were bothering me, allergies. I was on heartburn medication. I wasn't on any like prescription medication. I probably should have been, but as somebody who got to where I was, going to the doctor and getting regular checkups just was not something that I was going to do, because they're going to tell me things that I already know.
Yeah, like lose some weight and
yeah, I need to lose weight. I've high blood pressure and all. They would have told me I had high cholesterol and all that stuff, and I'd have been on statins and blood pressure medication. I've been on who knows how many medications every day. So finally got all that, got started, and losing weight and living the lifestyle. And the big epiphany moment is I was sitting in my office job about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, where normally I would be dozing off, trying and fighting with everything in my being to stay awake, to continue working. And you just have those days where you're just kind of just you're fighting it, and then you get up and try to find who has candy at their desk, who has leftovers, because in an office there's food everywhere, tucked and hidden everywhere, and I didn't have that. And I was just like, for the first time, and as far as I can remember, I was almost living in HD. Like, I wasn't cloudy, I wasn't foggy, I didn't feel like I was walking through mud, and I wasn't drowsy, I wasn't hungry, I was just alive. And that was the moment that I knew that this was going to be my forever state of being, because I didn't want to go back to how I felt before. Because I wasn't taking ibuprofen anymore. I didn't have knee pain. I wasn't taking allergy medicine, and I was able to it took me about a year or so to get off of the heartburn medication, but I'd been on some sort of heartburn medication since I was like 19 years old.
Whoa, that's a long time. Yeah, I noticed the same thing. There would be days I'd be done teaching, and my commute, fortunately, is only about 10 minutes, but like I'd be falling asleep at 2:30 or 3 o'clock, on the way home from school. Now it's like, I'm coming home from school going, all right, what's next? I still got hours to go before bedtime. What's on the agenda, instead of where's the couch? Can I just sit there and shut out the world for the next 5 or 6 hours before it's time for bed, which is how it used to be. So I hear you on that afternoon slump for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Same here. Like the energy thing, like, even days when I'm a little tired, I'm not. It's not like it used to be where you needed that 3 o'clock nap or whatever. So it's amazing. Really.
I'll still take a power nap here and there. I'm not above it. Yeah. I mean, I work and live. Everything happens at my house, so I never go anywhere. So, I mean, I go to the grocery. I'm the primary grocery shopper of the house, but we nap every day. But like we've got to have like a split sleep schedule almost, where we sleep part of it at night, and then when we get up in the morning with our granddaughter, then we put her down for a nap. We nap too, because we have that kind of freedom to do kind of whatever we want. Because since Chandra does the weekend option, she's home with me 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we've got the granddaughter Monday through Friday, and we have a routine and we do all that stuff. So we have that freedom. So naps are good.
Yeah, I love a good nap. I have 3 weeks off. I just finished my first week. I got 2 more weeks off, and I do enjoy a good afternoon nap. But now it's like, just because it's cozy, it's not because I'm so exhausted my eyelids literally would not stay open.
Exactly.
I'm not miserable. It just sounds cozy, and let me just take a little snooze. Let me grab the cat and just like
oh.
So
yeah, that's the way that it happens now for us too, because the granddaughter, she starts preschool in January, so we're trying to get her on a schedule. She's going to be doing afternoons and trying to get that all worked up, so where she's not a total joy to be around when we take her to school, right? So
yeah. Oh my gosh, I remember those days.
Yeah, we're empty nesters outside of that. So
yeah, that's got to keep you on your toes.
Yeah,
but you have the energy now to play. And I heard you saying the other day, what does she do? Paints your nails and stuff like that?
She paints my fingernails. She puts makeup on me. And I got to remember, because she'll do it.
I love it.
She'll do it. And then I go to the post office. and I forget that she's put eyeshadow on me. And she's 5, so it looks like I'm just a crazy person, not like someone who's done their makeup. You know what I mean? I just look like somebody who
It's like a lipstick
dunked
smear.
their face in it. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Enjoy that. Christy, your sons are my daughter's age, right? Teenagers. So, well, and
Yeah.
Dustin, you've been through that obviously if you have a grandchild, but
Yes.
I miss those days.
Yeah, our youngest is 19, so, and he lives with our oldest, so he didn't want to live under our tyrannical rule anymore.
So Erin's got a daughter who just got her driver's license, Dustin. Yeah. See the face?
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
I did it 3 times.
So let me tell you something. It's like good and bad, you know, especially getting your license around this time of year. People are idiots to begin with. Around Christmas time, it's like next level. Do you know what I mean? Especially, I don't know where you are on the East Coast, Dustin, but I'm not too far. I'm in the like suburban area, not too far out of New York City. So it's crowded and people are crazy, you know? So every day she comes home with a story of some guy like caught around me on the wrong side of the road, or there was this drunk guy, or this, that, or the other thing. And I'm like, and you have to let them do it. So like last night I let her drive out to like a Christmas party at one of her friends' house. And I'm like watching her on Life 360, driving home at like 10 o'clock at night. Exactly. That's the face, right?
Yeah.
But it saves me a lot
I'm
of
in the
time.
suburban
to drive her
Midwestern
everywhere.
central Indiana, so nothing crazy going on here.
Yeah. I'm sure the traffic must be insane by you too, Christy, on the West Coast. Probably just as bad, if not worse.
Well, I'm like halfway between LA and San Diego. So yeah, there's pockets, you know, where there's some typical Southern California traffic, but where I live, it's usually not too bad. There are a couple of like major roads that are kind of like 6 lanes, and there's always accidents. I mean, always accidents. And so, yeah, but my oldest has been driving. He's 18 now. He didn't get his license like the day he turned 16. It was like a few months in, you know? So he's been driving for a little over a year, but my youngest is just about to turn 15 and a half. So here we go again.
Oh, you do it early there. See, here they can get their permit at, wow. So 15, they start to drive.
15
I don't know
and
if I
a
could
half
have handled
to get his
that.
permit. So I have to like get him going on the driver's ed class, you know, that he'll do online.
Yeah.
Then he can go to the DMV, take the test, get his permit, and then I got to get behind the wheel with that boy and, you know, let him get his hours. I forget how many hours it is. It's a bunch of hours that I have to sign off on.
Oh, they track hours there.
How
Wow.
I ended up with that job. Like, it's not my husband's job. It's my job. So
You're the teacher, Christy.
I guess
That's it. You're the teacher.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Am I freezing up from time to time, guys? Because I'm
A little
getting
bit,
like,
but nothing too bad.
okay, because I can't hear you guys every once in a while, and cool.
Yeah, for us, they've got to hold their permit for like 6 months after they turn 16 or something. Like, yeah, it's not like it was when we were younger. It was like, oh, here you go.
That's what I keep saying. Like, I had to wait till 17 to get my permit because I didn't do any like driving instruction. Got my permit, and then 3 months later had a license. Barely knew how to drive. But these kids at least are driving for about a year, most of them, until they get their license. So, you know, that's a good thing.
Yeah, now out here, I don't know if it's like this in other states too, but man, when I got my license, you could just hop in the car with like 4 of your friends and be like, peace out at 16. You know, all the teenagers now, you can't put anybody else in the car. Like if before my son turned 18, if I wanted him to drive my younger son to school, like I had to write a note. He had to keep it in the glove compartment. If he got pulled over or something. Yeah, you're not supposed to have other people in the car, and then you can't drive after a certain time. So when you said 10 p.m., I'm not sure when the cutoff is, but there's a cutoff.
I think it's 11 here, but yeah.
Okay, it might be 11 or midnight.
Yeah, unless you're going to a job or something like that. But yeah, it's the same thing. And a lot of these kids still drive with everyone in the car. And my daughter's like, but everyone does it. Like the cops don't care. I said, I care. And God forbid you have an accident. You think that some attorney's not going to come after us. Instead, she had 5 kids in the car. Like, I don't play that game. Just wait the 6 months and then do everything on the up and up. You know, I don't want that liability, you know?
Yeah, 100%. So, do you guys have any Christmas plans? Like, I already kind of started mine yesterday. We got together with my brother at my brother's house on my side of the family because we decided years ago when I got married, I'm the oldest. And when I got married, and then the whole complication of, well, on my husband's side, and the in-laws, and then there's, conflict of schedules and all that. My family just decided we're going to do stuff on a Saturday, kind of around Thanksgiving or Christmas. That way everybody can go and it's like there's not stress and people aren't missing things. So yeah, our first Christmas was yesterday. So we went to my brother's house and it was a good time. And he made I don't know what kind of roast it was, a big roast. It was beef. It was delicious. So I was all good. I was set. I just ignored the potatoes and whatever. And my aunt made that keto cheesecake again that she had made at Thanksgiving. That was good. I had a piece.
That does sound good. I could use a piece of cheesecake. We'll see.
So most of our family, most of my family is basically, my family is just my brother and I. And so he'll come over tonight and probably tomorrow. And then our kids will come over. And that's basically, Shanda's brother may come over. He's the only sibling that lives in state. Everybody else lives in other parts of the country. And her parents live in another part of the country. So everybody's spread out. So it'll just be us tonight and tomorrow. But it'll be nice because tomorrow we don't have to get up early because Santa doesn't come to our house. Santa comes to, the granddaughter's house, but we have all the presents here, but not Santa's presents, but they'll come over and we'll have brunch. Tonight we'll have dinner. Tonight don't call the keto police, but we're having Costco pizza tonight because I don't want to cook or clean or do dishes or any of that stuff tonight. I just want to have them over. We'll play some games. We watch a movie, have pizza, kick them out. And then we can go to bed and get up tomorrow and have brunch, which I'm going to make chaffles and eggs and bacon and sausage. And we'll have sandwiches. And
that sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds delicious.
Yeah. So I'll be going out to my mom's house again. That's usually where we do the holidays. She lives just over the state line in Pennsylvania. So driving about an hour or so, go out there, do presents, have some dinner, and come home. It'll be pretty simple, which is fine. And then other than that, we don't do that much. We don't do Christmas Eve. So tonight I'll just be quiet. I think I'll roast a chicken and we'll hang at home. Maybe have a glass of wine. We'll see. But nothing too crazy. And Christy, I think I will have maybe some potatoes tomorrow and some sweet potatoes, but that is something that I include anyway. So
yeah, you do. I just generally stay away from it. I could have had the green beans if I wanted to do more keto. It was like just green beans with a bunch of butter on them.
Yeah.
They just didn't look appealing to me. I was like, gosh, man. And I didn't want to do potatoes. So I ate so much at breakfast for some reason. I don't know why, but I wasn't that hungry, honestly. Which it had been a long time, but I went through this like voracious phase for a while. And the last week, I just haven't been quite as hungry. So I overshot it on breakfast yesterday morning. And I felt kind of bad because he made this delicious beef, and I just had like one slice because I just didn't want to hurt his feelings and not eat his food, but it was good. My son ate a bunch of it, Aaron. I know, Dustin, this won't surprise you, but my son, just because you don't know, but he has some serious texture issues because he has like sensory integration processing. And that includes foods. But Aaron, he ate a giant slab of that beef and he was like, yeah, I ate it and it was good. Can we bring home leftovers? I was like, who are you right now?
That's awesome.
So I brought home some leftovers and I told my husband, stay away.
Let him eat it. Yeah.
Let him eat it because he likes this. So yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's cool. Very cool. I think you're talking about having a slab of meat. I think she's making prime rib tomorrow. So
okay.
That'll be good. Yeah.
So I had made some like pork shoulder that my mom got at Costco because I don't have a membership. So she bought like a big thing of it and split it with me. And I had some in the freezer and my husband liked that so much when I made it, he asked me to make that tomorrow because his parents are coming over. I'm like, all right, your parents, well, that's fine. So that
Nice
actually,
and
it's like, it's
easy.
not fancy, but he thought it was so good. He's like, will you make that? I'm like, okay. So I have
No,
some
simple
prime
is
rib,
better.
like that's in the freezer too. But yeah, he wanted
So,
that pork shoulder. So I'm like, you got it. That's easier. Throw it in the crock pot, call it a day.
yeah. Speaking of pork products, I don't even know if you guys are going to know what this is, but for the first time in years yesterday, I had pork roll. Do you guys know what pork roll is? Dustin, you might because you're kind of closer to me. It's kind of like a bologna ham type thing. It's heavily processed. It's a New Jersey thing. Looks almost like a
I've
thick
heard of
slice
it.
of
Yeah.
bologna. You've had it before?
No, I haven't had it, but
But you know what it is. Yeah. They
yeah.
call it Taylor ham sometime. That's one of the company that makes it. But it's just like it's really, really good with like eggs, and so I might have that again today. We'll see. But it does have a lot of like crap in it too. So we'll see.
Yeah, there's a
Um,
lot of the East Coast stuff. Like I always wanted to do be a food tourist, especially towards like the East Coast, and go out and do like Philly and do Philly cheesesteaks and then go
Oh,
into
Nicole would
like
know all about the Philly cheesesteaks, probably being where she's from.
and like New York with like the like pizza in New York and the cannolis and like the all the different sandwiches and
Well,
yeah.
I hate to tell you this, Dustin, but actually the best pizza's in New Jersey because most of the Italians moved over here. But seriously, like you can't get and that's one thing that I miss, not being able to have the gluten. Like I can't even have it occasionally, but the pizza here, that thin crust New York pizza.
Like one of
So
my
good.
guilty pleasures is I watch I'm not a big fan of him personally, but I watch the the one bite pizza reviews by Dave Portnoy. He's like a big he owns like Barstool Sports, but he puts out like
Oh,
2 or 3
okay.
videos a
Yeah.
day of him tasting pizza. Somehow
Yeah.
he stays thin, but he's eating pizza every day.
Just walking
And
back and forth to all those pizzerias. That's what it is.
I mean, maybe, but I mean, I just watch him like I live vicariously through YouTube videos, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you ever do fulfill that dream and start touring around and tasting stuff, and if you still eat bread from time to time, come to New Jersey and order a Taylor ham, egg, and cheese on a hard roll with salt, pepper, and ketchup. Remember that. I know that's a lot, but that's the best breakfast sandwich around.
Looks like we got a question here from Cindy. Let me go ahead and pull this up if it'll let me. She's asking, aside from weight loss, what are the health benefits you have all experienced? I think we touched on this a little earlier, but we can kind of revisit that for her.
Yeah, perfect. Hi, Cindy. So I had the mental health ones, like Dustin was kind of talking about. I came for the weight loss and now I stay for a different reason, right?
Yeah,
And
100%.
my reason that I'm staying is my mental health and my energy are so much improved. So I'll talk about that in a minute. I do have a few physical, like inflammation, physical things. Like I used to get really bad cystic acne as an adult, like even all through my 40s. I'm 48 now. And I don't have those breakouts anymore. So that's nice.
Yeah.
I used to have some pain in my right hand every day, like after teaching, because, we do a lot of writing on the whiteboard. Or like I've been teaching 24 years. So I still be like, I know Erin's like, what? Quiet, you're my age. Get out of here. I remember when the report cards were in like quadruplicate and we had to write on those things. And so, yeah, I know.
Ditto machine.
Yep, seriously. So my hand used to ache at the end of the day, my right hand, and it doesn't do that anymore.
Yeah.
My right knee used to swell up if I did any physical activity other than just my day-to-day. Like if I tried to, do squats or work out or anything, I didn't have the energy to do that anyway. But if I did anything extra, my feet and ankles would swell to where I had to even get bigger shoes. And, I was up to where I'd have to buy like a 9 or 9.5. And now I'm back in my 8.5 shoes because I don't get that daily swelling anymore. So who knows what other things were lurking, right? As I was, I'm, like I said, 48. So heading in, towards my 50s, who knows what other things, physical type symptoms, were lurking that were going to pop up.
Yeah.
But I also got so much energy about September that I was like, I got to do something. So I started doing like Sean O'Mara sprints. And I love it. Like I have the energy to do it now. It's not, I don't dread it. I couldn't do what Erin does with her workouts. She's awesome. If I give myself a dedicated workout time, I could do that for a couple of weeks, but I get bored. So, but I do fit in fitness throughout the day. So now if I'm waiting for my cast iron to heat up, I'll bust out some top push-ups or some squats or something like that. So but I have the energy to do it because I can't just like stand there doing nothing anymore. Yeah. And then my anxiety that I talked about was like social anxiety. So I didn't want to be around people. And I just had kind of chalked that up to, well, it's because you're an introvert, you know? And now, I mean, I still think I'm an introvert. Don't get me wrong. I love a good nap. I love a good sit on the couch with my coffee and curl up with a book or whatever. But I don't hide from the world. I don't turn down social invitations. If I have to go somewhere, I don't dread it. And it was getting bad. Like it was to the point where I didn't want to go to the grocery store or for a walk, like normal human things I didn't want to do because I thought people were looking at me thinking negative thoughts. And so I didn't want to be around like the public in general. I don't have that anymore. If I sprint out in my neighborhood, like I just go sprinting, like I don't care, you know. It would have been that I would have been so concerned about, you know, everyone's probably looking at you. You look weird. You probably run weird. You probably look fat. You probably whatever, all those negative thoughts. Yeah. But the best part is the food freedom. And for me, like I had kind of touched on, I used to count everything all the time for years and years and years because I thought calories in, calories out. And, you know, I would restrict and then binge and go on these, you know, restrict phases and lose 20 pounds and then binge and gain it back. And I don't do that anymore. I don't stress about my weight anymore. I don't weigh myself multiple times a day anymore. And I don't know why. It's not like, you know, I didn't have to like work at that. I didn't have to say, okay, this is a bad thought process. You probably need to do some journaling and work on that. Like, not that that's a bad thing if anybody does that. I'm just saying, like, now that I'm just eating mostly meat, I eat when I get hungry. When I'm full, I stop. When like I said, the most thinking about food I do is if I'm making a video for my channel or if I need to pull something out of the freezer, you know, to unthaw for later. Yeah. So that's what I mean by food freedom. I don't crave things anymore, even though my husband doesn't eat this way with me. You know, so there's ice cream in the house, there's chips in the house, you know, that he eats. And I don't, you know, I don't think like they're not calling my name at night. I used to get these insane cravings after dinner for some kind of carby thing, whether it was salty or sweet. And that doesn't happen anymore. So those are my, like the main health benefits.
Yeah. So I would say like Christy said, the anxiety is probably the number one thing. You know, I would kind of tend to stay in the house a lot years ago, and I would constantly, if I had an interaction with someone, I would constantly rethink that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. You know, did I say something wrong? Did I do something wrong? What do they think of me? And I'm kind of at this point, and I'm sure that like, you know, getting older has something to do with it too, but I just kind of don't care anymore. You know, I'm kind of just more intent in going about what I need to do to make myself healthy and take care of myself and my family. And if somebody doesn't like it, then that's their problem, not mine. But yeah, the mental health benefits I think are extreme. And I think with me, a lot of that has to do with like correcting the celiac thing and just eating healthy overall, because I do eat some carbs and I still have these benefits. But anxiety, I would say number one, and then just the energy, the way I feel every day, not waking up constantly feeling like I have to walk around my house for 5 minutes to stretch things out because I'm so stiff and my legs feel like they're 80 years old, or my hands feel like they must have been going nonstop because they feel so arthritic, stuff like that. I could go on. I know Christy and I have done whole segments on this about our symptom relief. So there's so many more things. It's like little things will pop up. One day you'll be sitting there and you'll go, you know what, this hasn't happened in a while. And then you realize, like things that you didn't even think of. Like I had some hair grow back, and there were some other wacky ones, Christy, that we talked about. The floaters in my eyes went away. Just like all this stuff from just generally taking care of yourself and eating a healthier diet, and kicking the garbage to the curb and stuff like that. I don't know. I could go on and on about symptom improvement, but it's
Because
just an overall better quality of life.
Even though you eat some carbs, Erin, you focus on like whole foods, right? And you buy things
Yes.
that are like one ingredient, and you don't eat a bunch of processed
That
stuff.
has always been like my big thing, is to like cut out all of the garbage, the preservatives, the artificial stuff. I've been like that for a long time, but that's first and foremost. So even if I want to have like some dark chocolate or something like that, I'll make sure that like the ingredients are very limited. And then I stick to whole foods, like, sweet potatoes, some vegetables, the dairy that doesn't have anything, like unsweetened stuff, all of that. So that's the biggest thing with me, even if I'm going to experiment on myself, which I like to do, is to stay away from the overly processed stuff, if you will. Yeah, for sure. Yep.
And I touched on kind of like the mental clarity aspect and kind of why I stay where I'm at. And one of the things that I've kind of discovered recently, and probably kind of knew before, but hadn't kind of connected the dots, was the idea that my food addiction and how I've been able to not necessarily fully conquer that, because I don't think I ever will fully conquer that. It's always going to be kind of a thing lurking in the background.
Yeah.
But the idea that I have so much more food control, to where, since I'm the one who does a majority of the grocery shopping, I'm at the grocery store sometimes multiple in a day if I have to get specific things at specific stores. And I can walk through the bakery, I can walk the cookie aisle or whatever, and I can do whatever I need to do. And I'm not tempted. I'm not even really worried about it. I can even look at it, sometimes pick it up and go, oh, that looks good, smell it, put it back down and keep going. Whereas I probably would have put 4 of them in the cart. And I think what I crave has shifted to where, like for me, I will start to crave things like, and it's not like a cheat thing, but excuse me. I start thinking about like like burger with onions and like like pickles, and then I'll put like the cheat aspect that would be like using Kraft singles, because it just melts different, it tastes different, and it's obviously not good, but sometimes I just want that. And like, that's the kind of thing that I'll kind of gravitate towards sometimes. Like I bought some Kraft singles for our breakfast sandwiches for Christmas morning. So I was like, that's just going to make it taste like, a real breakfast sandwich that you're used to getting, versus what I would normally use would be just cheddar or sharp cheddar or whatever. Excuse me. But just that ability to understand myself, understand that I have so much more food control. Now, every once in a while, like things in life, triggers, stress. The sad thing about food is most of the triggers for food are the gambit of emotions. For me, it was always, well, we're celebrating something, we're happy, we're eating. I'm sad, somebody, something bad happened, we're eating.
Yeah.
Today was kind of a ugh day, and it was kind of ugh day, so I'm eating. It just ran the full gambit of all the emotions that a human can feel throughout the day would cause you to want to eat. So it was like it was almost impossible to escape. So now that a fact that I do have the ability to not only understand, but have significant increase in control, that's another reason why I would never walk away from where I'm at now.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree on that control factor 100%. It's like, maybe I'll crave something for a little while, and I could, if it's something that I have in my house, it's not that bad, I'll have a little, and a little bit is enough. Whereas it used to be like, okay, I'm going to eat the whole bag of chocolate, or that sort of thing. And now it's like, okay, just have like a serving size, and I'm fine. So that food freedom of being able to do stuff and then just get right back on the plan after or the next day, that's just so freeing to be able to do this and take care of yourself long term, I think.
Because for me, even though I have the food control, if I bring certain kinds of snacks into the house, like whether it's a low carb, keto friendly, whatever snack or not, if I start it, it's difficult to stop. There's no real, so like if I were to bring like a Quest bar into the house, like the Hero bars, it come 4 in a package. I'm going to eat 2, maybe 4 of those, but just eating one is not something that I'm going to do. And it's just, I mean, it's such a difficult prospect to control that I just have to not bring it in the house. And one of the things that I've said a couple of times this last week was I get so angry at myself. Like my future self gets very angry at my past self because me at the grocery store decides not to buy things. And then at night when I'm walking around the kitchen looking for something to snack, I'm highly upset with me that I didn't buy something for myself.
But you're better off, right?
I am, but it's still frustrating.
Yeah.
So I think if I did something like that, Dustin, I don't know if that's better for me or not, because I was definitely a binger. Like if I started on the thing of like back in the day, Oreos, that whole
just
thing
thinking the sleeve of Oreos.
Oh yeah,
down. Like I'm not just going to eat one, or Doritos, or whatever, or ice cream, right? The nice thing is now I just don't have that thing anymore that even gets me started.
Now, here's a segue into the next question that we have that's kind of in this topic.
Okay,
so John Gugahan asked, do any of you allow yourselves to have off-plan meals days?
I mean, Aaron, you want to take this first?
Well, you know what it is? I don't consider them off-plan meals or days. I should have said this just before when you guys were talking about having food in the house and stuff. I kind of have this built-in like defense against that because I absolutely can't have certain things anyway. So my husband could bring home 5 cakes and I can't eat them. So it doesn't bother me because I know I can't have that because of my autoimmune condition and all of that. But if I feel like I want something, like I just have it, but then I move along. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not like you guys were saying like years ago where you'd start eating something and then you'd eat the whole box or the whole bag. And I'm still keeping it within that realm of like the healthier non-processed stuff. But like, on Christmas, I'll have like a couple gluten-free cookies that I make or something like that. Yeah. So I guess I'm kind of like planning ahead that I'm probably going to do that. But I'm not going to let it sabotage everything that I do and like turn it into, okay, I'm going to do this every single day now for the next week leading up until New Year's. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. So it's more of just like, if I want something, I have it, but then I move along.
Yeah. And for me, like I said, I'm generally carnivore or ketovore, whatever you want to call it, but I'm not like dogmatic. So if I want some pickles, with my cheeseburger or whatever, I'm gonna do that, or some avocado or something like that. So from time to time, it's very sparingly, and it's just if I want that, and then my aunt was so nice. She did it at Thanksgiving. She did it again at Christmas. My mom is keto, and I'm carnivore, so she made that keto cheesecake, and I was just fine with having a piece of that keto cheesecake. And then moving on. Like, I don't want more today. You know what I mean? Like, I had my piece yesterday. I didn't bring the leftovers home. I didn't feel bad about it. I knew she was probably going to do that again. So I went over there with that. If she makes that, I'll probably have a piece. But if not, I'm fine. Kind of an attitude. I'm not sitting here wishing I would have brought the rest of it home to have with my coffee this morning. Or
like years ago, it would have been that way, right?
Years ago, it would have been that way. Oh, I
would have gotten up and had the Christmas cookies for breakfast with my coffee.
Seriously. And she either probably left it with my mom. She wouldn't eat it. So she probably either left it with my mom or threw it away. And like, if it went in the trash, I don't even feel bad about that. Like that would, it doesn't bother. Like, I don't care where the rest of that is, even if that's in the trash can. So, I mean, to me, it's not off plan. Another thing is I probably will be going to the Hack Your Health by KetoCon because I want to meet Limitless Lindy. Like, I wasn't going to go. And then Lindy was like, I was interviewing her and she was like, I'm coming from Australia. And I'm like, if you're coming from Australia,
Jeez,
And I'm
no
coming from
excuses for you.
California. So my mom has a cousin there. We're going to go. And I thought when I go there, I'll probably just eat more like keto. I mean, I thought this in my head. I don't have a plan, right? It's like in May or whatever. But just to this point, you know, if I eat some keto things, I'm not going to feel like, I don't feel bad about, like, I'm not dogmatic about it. And then if I do that, we'll just see how I feel. The reason I stick mostly to like meat and eggs and some dairy is because that's when I mentally feel the best. But I feel perfectly fine after eating that piece of cheesecake yesterday. I don't feel brain fog. I'm up at, you know, crack of dawn and feeling like my normal, you know, self. Yay, Cindy. I know you are. Cindy's saying she and her sister are going. So I get to meet you in real life, Cindy, and you can meet my mom too. So yes.
Where is this?
It's in Austin, Texas.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I am going to be sick. Take some mental health days. Hope no one from my school district is listening. Not at this time of morning, they're not. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to
Maybe you'll come to New York City one day.
Maybe I will. Or maybe you'll come out to Southern California, Erin.
I've never been to California, so we'll see.
Now you have
I'm
a
not a
reason.
big traveler. I'm a local one, local yokel.
Well,
Isn't that kind of a weird thing with cities, though, right? Like people who live in like New York, Chicago, they don't like to necessarily travel outside of their city.
We don't really even go. It's funny because I've had this conversation with my husband before. We live so close to one of the biggest and like, you know, most well-known cities in the world, and we never go there. Could be there in like, you know, 25 minutes, but no, stay home. We know better.
Where I live, I'm 3 hours from Chicago, 3 hours from Columbus, 2 hours from Cincinnati, 2 hours from Louisville, 4 hours from St. Louis, 5 hours from Cleveland, like 5 hours from Detroit. I'm like not far from all these places, and we just stay here. It's nice for concerts and stuff because then I have a plethora of places we can go. We're 5 hours from Louisville. 5 hours from Nashville, Tennessee. But to answer John's question for myself, the first 5 years, we didn't plan or try. I mean, we still had our slip ups, but we didn't necessarily plan for it because our goal was to stay as true and strict as we could. But as we've gone, we're coming up on year 8. And we've discovered about ourselves that to help with some of the unplanned slip-ups that can kind of derail us, we have started to do things like planning, like tonight we're going to order pizza, and then we're going to send all the leftovers home with the kids. So we'll have it, and then it'll be gone, and then there's nothing in the morning.
Yeah.
So if we can plan and get ahead of it, then we're a lot better off than if we don't plan and then something happens. And not to say that stuff still doesn't happen because life is what it is, but as much control as we can take for ourselves, we're going to take it because then that helps us. That helps our future selves. Like me being angry with myself because I didn't buy me stuff at the store.
Yeah. Yep. You know, I kind of feel like allowing yourself to do this from time to time also, at least for me, keeps me on track because it's not like being so strict that you're never letting yourself do anything or have anything else to eat and then you just fall off and that's it.
Right.
You know, that's just my opinion. But
because I think it helps us with like the binge aspect of it, because then we're not like, okay, you know, then we just keep going and going and going. But there's one little thing that we do notice when we do plan, like because we've planned for tonight, there are little things that have popped up over the last week where we've basically given ourselves permission to do something we wouldn't have done because of tonight kind of thing. But that's a learning curve, and we have to work through that. And, you know, we have to be honest with ourselves and understand and figure a way around that. So,
yeah.
So
You're
if
just
I
kind of
was
extending it.
yeah.
if I was at your party tonight, Dustin, what I would do if I was hungry, and this is just what I would do, and the cool thing is, this is what I would want to do, is just like snatch a bunch of toppings off that pizza and just.
Oh, you're gonna say you're gonna scrape the cheese off and eat the
It's
cheese.
not
and
because
pepperoni.
I just can't have that crust. I just don't want it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I would be perfectly happy, and there'd be some tomato sauce on there, right? And that I'd be okay with that. So that's kind of where I fall.
Because sometimes the urge to have that thing that you shouldn't, like, so not supposed to have. I mean, we're all adults here and we understand what the consequences are for going off plan. We know what the consequences are of eating something we know we shouldn't. Like with Aaron, you have you have the gluten intolerance. So if you go and you have 3 slices of New York pizza, you're going to be miserable for a week. Right? And me, there's things that I'll have and I'm like, I'll feel crappy the next day. And you have to wonder, was it worth it? And sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not, but we live and we learn. So,
Yeah.
and I'm not seeing any other questions in here.
Yeah,
Somebody-
it's been quiet in the chat the last few minutes.
They must have fallen asleep. They must have run out of coffee.
They went to my cup's empty. I'm so sad. So what's in your coffee? Aaron, you didn't even ask us. You're going to make me ask?
I'm almost done. Today I have one of the chocolate mint elements in it. I thought that I needed some electrolytes this morning, and then I just have my usual heavy cream and MCT oil. Which leads me to an interesting question. Has anybody tried that packet yet from Element? And what do you think of the raspberry one?
So I have not, because I was waiting. My husband just started a new job. He's doing really well. So that's awesome.
The massage thing?
Yes, he's a massage therapist, in case you don't know. And he just went to school for that, like this last year. So it's been, we've been single teacher income for the last year, as well as paying for school and all of that good stuff. So he just got hired. So I was kind of waiting for him to get his first, paycheck, Aaron, before I went and bought some extra Element. So no,
you need a paycheck for the Element, right?
Right. So I just stuck to my regular. I do have some of the chocolate salt, so that's what I like in my coffee. But yeah, I want to try the chocolate caramel for sure.
So good.
I have not, and the mint too. But I'm not sure if I want that chai or whatever.
You know what? I realized that there was actual, I don't know if I'm going to say it right. Cardamom. Cardamom is in there. I don't think I can have that. So there's an actual spice in there. So I think I'm going to give that to my husband. But the raspberry flavored, it was like very unique having that in my coffee, but I feel like it would have went better in like a thing of like hot milk. Like, I don't know. It should be like a white pinky drink. Like it didn't, something with raspberry coffee. I don't know about fruit in the coffee.
Yeah, not that.
I've tried just the regular chocolate salt element in my coffee.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of sweet or flavored coffee too much.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I would make, you can get the Starbucks like mocha flavored coffee grounds or whatever. And I would make some of that and mix some in with my coffee and then just put the heavy cream. And that was okay. It kind of have it was like a distant flavor. It wasn't the dominant flavor. But really, for Chandra and I, on the bulk of our days, we have it's a combo machine. It's both Nespresso and K-Cup.
Yeah.
But most of it, we just use the Nespresso pods. So I just have flavored coffee with heavy cream.
Yeah. See, Christy knows I am a coffeeholic. I will drink my coffee black. I'll drink it anywhere from black to stuff in it, iced, hot. Whatever.
John is in the chat appreciating how you say coffee, Aaron. I can't do it. I try, you guys.
I have my cup of coffee here.
There you go.
We're doing coffee talk.
So yeah, I usually put a little
Talk
heavy
amongst
cream.
yourselves.
Coffee.
That's oh.
Like Rhode Island is either a road nor an island. Discuss.
I had to go back and watch those when I started doing this stuff. And the one with Barbara, when Barbara came on and
I
like
haven't seen
actually
those in so
appeared there
long.
in like the SNL studios. It's like, oh my God.
That's so funny. So,
It was
Erin,
great.
you mentioned your MCT oil, and I know that's something new that you added. Like, can you tell us about
Yeah,
that?
it's
Like,
funny
you want
because
an
I
MCT
remember
update?
the ladies in like my strength training group, they started talking about it, and I'm like, one of them said, this can work really good for like focus and like ADHD, and I was like, ooh, let me try that. Maybe it'll calm me down a little. And then I had actually think I asked Dustin in one of the first lives that I saw him on, and he mentioned something about MCT too, and I gave it a try, and I do kind of feel like maybe my focus is a little bit better. Like some of those like kind of like little episodes of brain fog that I'd get here and now are not so bad. I don't know. I mean, I figure it's not hurting me, so I just throw a half a tablespoon in there every morning. Maybe I need more of it. You're supposed to take, I think, a tablespoon of it. I don't know. Dustin, you know more about that probably. What do you think?
I don't put it in mine as much, but I put it in Chandra's when she's going to work. I just squirt it. I don't even measure it. I just go just a squirt. And then I put the
I feel
iodine in her
bad for
coffee.
her. How much is in there?
And she doesn't
Ooh.
get the squirts when you do that?
Yeah, Christy, I was going to say, if you didn't know, you got to be careful with how much.
I
put in the
mean,
coffee.
I know.
keep her regular, I mean that I make her coffee. She gets what she gets.
And she
Whatever's
doesn't love
left
it.
over.
She doesn't complain.
Yeah, see?
Sometimes I throw ketones in there,
You're a
but I
mad
was gonna say,
coffee
like,
scientist, Dustin. I did not know that about you.
yeah, I mean, the ketones I got just because I wanted to play around with them, and I found that this company on Amazon, I think they're a company outside of Amazon too, but they're called bulk supplements, and you can get all kinds of stuff from them. But they had some calcium BHBs it was like a 330 serving bag for like $22 or $23. So I was like, that's awful cheap to play with something that's typically very expensive. Because if like all the ketone supplements, like the NAT and the Prove It and all like the MLM stuff where they're trying to sell you to it and you want to sell it too, and that's how people make their money.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to do that, but I'll spend $20 for a bag of it and put it in their coffee and see what happens.
So does she? I've never tried exogenous ketones. Like, does she notice?
Yeah, no.
Have you tried them personally, Dustin? Do you notice anything?
I did it for a week with her. I didn't notice much, but sometimes in the morning, if I have something to do, like a live stream, or I've got a lot of other things to do, and I kind of need that focus, I might throw some in there, but I'm not totally convinced that it does much.
Mm.
But like I said, it was $20, and I was like, and I play with them still and see how, it'll be probably a long-term thing, but I don't use them every day. The only thing I put in my coffee is the Dr. Berry iodine drops, or whatever brand that is, and then my heavy cream.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot to say I had my iodine drops in my coffee this morning. I started that in the end of October, beginning of November.
That's the one thing I haven't tried yet is the iodine.
Because I mean, living in the Midwest, it's very important for us to have the iodine, because the people in the Midwest are typically iodine deficient.
Yeah.
And it looks like we've got a question from I'm not sure who this is, but
that's
David.
Okay.
So David, I went and watched like a little, because you talked about it, and so I did go and watch a little snippet on YouTube, I think, of the Saturday Night Live Caveman Lawyer skit. So yeah, thank you for that.
I love the old Jeopardy skits. Those crack me up.
Back when it used to be like really funny.
Well, back when I was a kid. Yeah, like back when I was not supposed to be staying up late to watch it, I would.
Yes.
That's like just like the golden years of SNL, and then I would watch stand-up comedy afterwards and get in trouble. What are you gonna do?
I can remember watching it at night, and then we'd all go to high school. I was in high school at the time. The next day, and everybody would be talking about what was on SNL,
Yep.
that night. So it was
Maybe
so
that's
cool.
part. Maybe that was part of the appeal, is you weren't supposed to be staying up that late.
Well,
I
that's
mean, it
one
was
thing
a Saturday
that.
night.
Well, that's one thing where I saw something, and everybody complains about social media, and then there's the idea of streaming services and all these things coming in and changing our lives. And one of the things, it's an idea that I hadn't thought of, but it was the fact that prior to social media, prior to all streaming services, we all had regular TV or cable,
Yep.
and we learned things from each other. It wasn't like a streaming thing or like TikTok or anything like that. And we had a much tighter knit culture, like pop culture. So everybody would just about everybody would get your reference.
Yes.
So like if you watched SNL on Saturday night and you went to school the next Monday, most people would know what you were talking about. Where
Yeah.
now we're so disjointed because everybody's TikTok is different, everybody's algorithm on YouTube is different. Everybody's watching different things as far as streaming is concerned. There's obviously outliers like Stranger Things and things like that, but
Yeah.
I think that was kind of brought to my attention, and like we're kind of more disjointed politically and socially, and then we on top of a pandemic where we all stayed home, we're not interacting with each other in person anymore. That's just kind of a weird storm that's kind of happened, and that's kind of ruined our pop culture almost in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, my students will talk about stuff and I'm like, I don't know what you're even talking about. But
Yeah.
you're right, Dustin. Like back in the day, even the commercials, like
Yes,
the really funny
commercials and
commercials, everybody would know. But now it's like you can skip
Yeah.
them, so nobody knows what those are. Like I haven't watched a
I
commercial.
mean, who has commercials? I have
Commercials.
YouTube Premium. I have Hulu Premium.
Yeah.
I don't pay.
Right?
I don't get commercials.
Yeah. I can remember going to school and talking about like, oh, did everybody see the last episode of Seinfeld last night? That sucked or whatever, or 90210 or whatever the hot show was.
90210, yeah.
Yeah.
Or Wonder Years. Wonder Years was
Oh
big.
yeah,
The
that was
Wonder
part of
Years.
that discussion. Was they kind of showed through history, like when MASH ended, there was like 100 million people watching the ending of MASH, and then you come into the 80s, the 90s, these big cultural shows like Cheers and Seinfeld and Friends. The number of people watching those you would think would be bigger, but they were slowly getting smaller, and you could kind of see like how as we like because when MASH was on, there were what 3 channels,
Right.
and then by the time Friends and Seinfeld, we had 100 channels, and now we've got thousands of stuff, and we've got and there was like a thing with VidCon happened, and they invited all of these famous huge TikTokers, and they didn't think that it was a success because nobody was standing in line, because even though there are like 100 million subscribers on TikTok, nobody knew who they were. So yeah, that's pretty weird too.
Yeah, that is weird. I wouldn't know. I don't think I've ever been on TikTok, not even once. So there's that.
Well, I was putting my content on TikTok because I figure if I'm making a short, I can put it on Reels and TikTok, and it's one piece of content on 3 platforms. So
yeah, I just haven't gotten into that. Erin knows how I feel about even Instagram. See, she's laughing at me already. I can't do it, Erin.
Yeah, I won't do TikTok, but I do a lot on Instagram. But
I do stuff on Instagram and I can't. Like I hate it. I'm always asking Erin, how do I do it? And she teaches me.
Well, I have to say I did try to stream us before and it worked for a little while, but I think that was part of the reason why I was glitching. I was using up too much bandwidth here.
Yeah, I tried to stream to Instagram one of my streams last week, and it didn't work as well. So I just streamed to my Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Those seem to be the best ones.
You're streaming to Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I gotta try that because I'm on Twitter now too.
I have the premium where I've got the check mark.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if you can stream without it. I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting.
But it's nice because there's a community on Twitter that doesn't necessarily look at YouTube and such. And I
Yeah.
just saw something on StreamYard where they're now incorporating, and I haven't seen it yet, but you're going to be able to get comments and such from Twitter in StreamYard like you do with YouTube and Facebook.
I just saw that too this morning. So maybe
Yeah.
I'll have to get on Twitter, get with the program.
You know, I'm curious when you say that, when I was streaming to Instagram, were those comments coming up here and I didn't realize it?
No, I don't think so.
No.
I had to have Instagram open on my monitor up here. I've got like a big 65-inch TV up here. And then I had to actually turn my monitors off because there was no way to mute the stream. So I've got the comments on my side of my laptop screen here. And then I've got us playing up here so I can see our stream and I can see the comments up here as well. But I have it muted, but I can mute it right on the thing so it doesn't come through an echo for me. But I wasn't able to do that with Instagram. So if they can get that fixed, then maybe I might. But right now with my tier of StreamYard service, I can only stream to 3 places. And it seems to be right now more conducive to doing it where I'm doing it now. But I have issues where Facebook will fail every once in a while where it'll stop streaming to Facebook.
Yeah.
Man, you're like air traffic control over there, Dustin.
I know, really. I'm
picturing
like a dispatch center, and he's like
Seriously.
surrounded by screens and stuff in his home studio.
Yeah, it's very
Kinda
messy,
like that.
but it's what it is.
Yeah, no, you don't ever want to see like what's going on the outskirts here. It's bad
You
enough
sure
for it to
don't.
find me.
You sure
I've got
don't.
lights and monitors. I've got like 4 monitors here, but only 2
Oh.
are plugged in right now.
That's my goal for the new year. Maybe doing something back here. I don't know. We'll see.
Like behind me, all these are like Amazon curtains, and I got some curtain rods from Walmart, and I've got a little tape, like there's a chair right here, but you can't see it. It's because it's black. And then I've got like just a Mickey Mouse cup and a Stitch and a cup with my logo on it, and yeah,
Cool.
Yeah,
it looks more fancy than it really is.
I'm gonna try to get some. I don't usually stream from this room. I stream from this room when it's 5 a.m. because my family's sleeping, and where I
It looks
normally
nice.
stream from is a straight shot down the hallway. So like it wakes up my son if I talk from that room. But yeah, in that room where I normally stream from, I'm gonna try to get some panels and stuff for the walls because it is very like the sound bounces around. I was made aware that the sound is bouncing around and not sounding very good. A sound engineer, I am not, you guys.
Well, that's why I've got the thick curtains behind me. It keeps the echo down.
Yes.
But if I step over just 5 feet that way in my room, it's like ridiculously echoey. And it's like,
Sounds like you're in your bathroom, the echo.
Yeah, over there. Yeah, I'm just in the spare bedroom now, but like back here, it keeps the sound down.
Yeah, I need to do something, but like I said, I didn't have the money right now, but my husband's working now, so maybe I can invest in some panels that will absorb some of that, or make a little curtain thing for myself, Dustin. A little curtain.
I mean, you could even get like these frames off of Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like you would put like a backdrop, and you could just clip them, and then you could just have like a curtain clipped up, or even run it as a curtain rod and sit it right behind you, sit it close enough that no one's even going to know. It's just got to look just right. I mean,
I have that from like my photography. I have the backdrop stand and whatnot, but the backdrop isn't very wide. So even here, like I couldn't get it close enough to me, and you could still see around the sides. So whatever. It is what it is for now.
If I put up curtains like that, I'm afraid Pixel would have a field day. Pixel's my cat, if you don't know, Dustin. And I know you have cats too, and I'm shocked that they're not climbing up.
I don't let them in my room.
I'm picturing like the whole thing falling down behind you when the cat jumps on it.
Well, that's the reason they're not in
like a closed off room. My office is like, I think most people would use it as like a family room or living room or something. It's like there's not doors you can close. I mean, I could put her out in the garage or somewhere but good luck catching her to try to do that.
We don't let the cats in our bedroom or my office because they would just be in here knocking stuff over all the time. And I'm like, I don't want to have to reset everything before I go live.
Right. So I don't have that option. There's not doors I can close. Like the front door of the house opens into my office. Like if you come in my front door, you're walking into my like there's not it's not a separate room. So yeah, there's that. I'm afraid Pixel will just knock it all down.
Yeah. No cats here, but my dogs cause a ruckus regularly. Christy knows that.
Every time you do your whatever, your little morning coffee talk, Erin, your dogs, it takes you. I'm
What
like,
is it? My gremlin and my Wookiee?
30
'Cause
seconds
that's what
today
they
for them
sound
to
like.
get started.
They're crazy. Oh, there's a question. Is that new?
Oh, I'll bring it up. Let's see. Says Dustin, I thought that it was fake beard for Christmas, but yeah, it's
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 real
Zach.
deal, David.
Read that.
I mean, if it's you know, you can see it. It's trying to go gray. And it's actually more gray in person than it is on camera. But
How long did it take to grow it that long? I don't know anything about men's facial hair.
I've been growing it since about 2010.
Wow.
I always had a
You
goatee.
need to get it trimmed and like stuff like that too.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I was
guessing.
just going to ask. Do you trim it from time
Just
to
like
time?
hair, it'll get split ends.
I got it trimmed in 2019.
So
I
that's
started
what
a
You
new
can do
job.
yourself though, because you can see it.
Well, yeah, I just
It's not like
I
trimming
mean,
the back of your hair.
I don't have anybody to impress. So I mean, I shave my head. I do that every 2 days
Well,
or so.
it looks really cool, Dustin.
Yep.
It's
You know.
cool.
Yeah, and I like your
Yeah.
little whatever, your little icon in your.
I know.
It's
That's
like
the first thing I
best.
noticed. I was like,
Wear it in
who is this? I
glasses.
went,
Yeah,
ooh,
it
that's
caught my
cool.
attention. That's like how I found you on YouTube because that
Yep.
little icon caught my attention. I was like, okay, who's this guy? Let
So
me go
like
check him out.
Yeah,
my
it's
buddy
cool.
from high school made the logo for me. We were in
Okay.
high,
That's
like I met him
awesome.
my sophomore year of high school. He's a graphic designer. He worked for Australian Gold and had like one of the Jersey Shore women as a client, and now he works for Lids as a graphic designer. So that's what he does for a living. He just threw it together one day and goes, "Here, I thought you'd like this." And I'm like, "Yeah." And then I have
awesome.
a friend that does YouTube as well, but outside of our niche. And we were talking one day, and he was like, with the rise of dark mode, everybody having their phones and everything dark, that's why I have the yellow, so it pops on dark mode,
Yeah.
so people notice it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
my
now you
kids-
can never get rid of the beard because you have that logo.
I was never going to get rid of it anyway. Chandra's never seen me in person without it.
Whoa, that's serious.
Wow.
That's
She's
Oh.
seen
committed.
pictures, but she's never seen me in person without it.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if
Baby picture with
John's
little
right
beard.
here, but John says it's the best logo in the keto space. I think
It's
he's a
cool.
little biased.
It's a cool logo. I mean, for
It is
sure.
cool.
I was like, it grabbed my attention. It pulled me right in. And now look what I do every weekend, Dustin. I'm in your comments. So, hey.
All right, so if we if you're wanting to wrap this up, we can do that. Depends on what you guys have to do for the day. It is Christmas Eve.
Eventually today I have to wrap my kids' presents. That's another Pixel story because here's the thing. If I put presents under the tree, she thinks they're her toys. And she will bite them open. So
Our cats just kind of climb in and around the tree because most of our stuff is wrapped.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that Christmas Eve is tonight. Chandra works every Saturday, every Sunday. So we were up who knows how late, like Wednesday night, wrapping gifts and stuff. But which is better because normally we do it Christmas Eve. And then by the time the kids come over Christmas Day, we're like,
Yeah, you got to get that stuff done ahead of time. I'm actually done with my wrapping, thankfully, with the exception of like one thing. So,
well, here's the thing. As a teacher, we get all kind of crazy Christmas gifts. And the good thing about that is we get a bunch of gift bags. So I'll be like, gift bag, gift bag, gift bag.
That's my thing. I was like, if it was up to me, everything would be in a gift bag.
Thank you.
And Chandra goes, "That's not Christmas." And I'm like, "But you spend 12 hours wrapping gifts."
Yeah.
So
I'm not
I
gonna do it this
save the
year.
boxes every single year and reuse them. And sometimes even the tissue paper, if it's not that messed up, because it's getting open and that's it, you know? Christy, let me
Yeah.
ask you a question. How many scented candles and Starbucks gift cards do you get every year?
Erin, 87 million is the answer.
She
I
can have Starbucks for free for the rest of her life,
For
and
the
her
rest of
kids
my
will
life.
inherit it.
And just about the time my balance starts going down, like now it was Christmas, so it's back up over $200.
It's kind of like on Christmas Vacation, where he walks into the boss's like office and like there's all that line of presents and they're all the exact same shape.
Yeah, it's mugs and Starbucks cards, and the occasional, I don't know what, apple for the teacher, kind of, some kind of like not a real apple, but like some kind of
ceramic apple
for the teacher thing.
Yeah.
Now my brother and sister-in-law are both teachers, and they teach in a more like affluent area.
Oh gosh.
So they'll get like $100 gift cards to places. They teach high school, and some of those kids have jobs. So some of those kids will buy them stuff like with their own money, like nice, I teach in a more socioeconomically disadvantaged area. So, I mean, this is like, to me, the sweetest gift is like, I'll get used perfume. Because they want to give me something.
That's so sweet.
And so, yeah, like I'll get stuff like that. And it's like, those are the kind of gifts that actually, it kind of tugs at your heartstrings a little bit.
Yeah. They just wanted to do something nice so bad. And that was all
they didn't have any money. And so who knows where they got it from. It's fine. Like, I don't use it or anything, but it's like, that's the ones that get you.
Oh, yeah. I'm putting the links to these here. Somebody asked for the links, so I'm putting them in here.
I see if I can do the correct one here.
I got yours in there now. And I'll put.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know we're all also on Instagram. I believe at the same handles, right? All of us?
Yeah,
yes.
mine's the same handle.
If anybody's into podcasts, I just started a podcast. I'm only on Spotify now, but that's also Brewing Better Living. So we'll see how that goes. And Christy, I don't know if you're on Twitter. I hear Dustin say that he is, and I am as well, but it's at the Low Carbist. Brewing Better Living is too long for Twitter. So
I'm on.
I might need to go do that. I don't really know why, but maybe I'll go do that. I'm not on Twitter at the moment.
I usually, whenever there's a new social media app pops up, I'll go and snag my name, but it doesn't mean I'm going to do something with it. So I've got Rumble, I've got Twitter, I've got Instagram, I've got whatever the Twitter for Instagram is. I have one of those. I have a link tree with all that in there, so that's in the description of my video. Any video, there's a link tree, and you can find all my stuff in there.
Cool.
Because on TikTok, I had at Keto Simple, and then I had to factory reset my phone. And when I brought it back up again, I couldn't get back into into TikTok. Oh. So now I am Keto Simple _.
Oh, geez, that's annoying.
So,
but at least
I don't use it all that much.
Your
anyway.
Old one, right?
I can't even get into the old one.
Locked up.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So I got my son, he's still sleeping, he won't hear this, but I got my son a shirt that says, "I'm my family's unpaid tech support" for Christmas. Because of that reason, Dustin, if something like that happens to me, I go to him because he's 15.
That's my role.
And he'll be like, boop, boop, boop. And it's okay, it's fixed. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I even reached out to TikTok and they didn't even respond. So
because there's 80 bazillion people on there. Crazy. Question from David. What is your YouTube channel called? Is that for everybody? Dustin. I think that's
David follows me already. So maybe Dustin. He's Keto Simple with no space, right, Dustin?
Yes. I have a logo back here. Let's see if it'll come up. Let me see. Let me see. I'll put up. It'll hide you guys for a second. Let's see.
There you
You
go.
can see it there.
That's
Yeah,
so
it's
cool.
Keto Simple,
Love
but with no
that.
space. So David and Keto Cheeto are asking for Dustin.
Thank you for the followers. Thank you for everyone that's following. That's awesome.
Yep, I'm at Keto Simple just about everywhere except TikTok. I'm at Keto Simple _. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Now I think when I leave here, I'm going to go and I'm going to scoop up everything Brewing Better Living that I can get. Website, this, that.
All the things.
Yeah, that's well. My website is Bearded Keto because for some reason somebody has ketosimple.com, but they're not using it.
Huh.
Interesting.
So
See,
I'm not
David,
sure.
I told you. David's going, ha ha ha, like the logo. I'm like, see, I wasn't lying. It catches your attention.
So cool. Yeah. So what do you think?
What
Is it
do
time
you
for the
guys
second cup
have?
of coffee?
What do you guys have planned for the new year? Anything coming up? Anything you want to plug?
So I am doing a live stream with Coach Bronson, right, January 5th,
Awesome.
and focusing on, women's fitness, especially as we head into our 40s. So Aaron, come watch, but you guys bring your questions for Coach Bronson. So yeah, because he is an expert and I'm excited to get to talk to him. A couple of questions came up because he popped into like a Carnivore Roundtable live stream and he just like popped in one day and I was like, oh my gosh, it's Coach Bronson. That's amazing.
Yeah.
But I didn't have questions ready because, he just popped in. So yeah, on January 5th, I believe it is. I'm excited for that one. But if you have questions for someone who actually knows what they're talking about, not like me, I'm like, go out and do some sprints. What do I know about it? Absolutely.
He's fantastic. And his girlfriend, it's Coach Nat, you know that.
Yep.
She's actually my coach in the strength training thing. She's awesome. And I don't know if you saw Nicole's Instagram page, but they actually all met yesterday.
Was it yesterday? So I was behind the scenes in that where they were talking and I saw
they
Coach
live
Nat,
right near each other. Yeah, it was pretty wild.
Yeah, they live in the same, they live a few blocks away from each other. That was crazy.
Pretty wild. So
I'm excited for that one.
Cool.
Dustin, that's like the main, I have a lot of stuff, lives, and I do a lot of interviews. I have a ton already scheduled for January. Be looking for a collaboration between myself and Anita, Ketogenic Woman, on her channel. It's whenever her live stream is, it's like the second one in January. So whatever day, I think she live streams every Sunday, but it won't be the first Sunday. It'll be the second Sunday. So we're going live together on, I think she said I could stream to my channel too, but anyways, so look out for that one. I don't want to give out too much information because it wasn't my idea. It was her idea. And I'm not sure how much, how many spoilers she wants, but yeah, we're going live together on that Sunday to talk about a collaboration that we did. So yeah, that'll be fun too coming up.
So I'll actually be on your show, Christy, on Tuesday night. I'm going to go on to Lioness Lifestyle. And so that's awesome. Let's see what else. I have some other stuff that's coming up, but it'll be announced shortly. And then I'm going to continue on with all my own stuff and try to build this podcast. And if you guys ever want to do another collab, I love it. I want to do some more Coffees Across America, Christy. That it's always so much fun. And my mornings are free. And you're already awake, so I'm
already awake and I have a good time. Just whatever. Like it was cool today, Dustin, because we didn't even really have a topic. And look at us. It's like an hour and 20 minutes in, and it's just like the best time. I really enjoy these too.
I like these. These are fun. I ended up doing 2 lives yesterday. 2 over-hour-long lives because I had Adam from Keto Couch Potato scheduled to come on with me at 8:30, and he overslept and woke up right as I was ending the stream. So I talked to people, just basically made it a Saturday morning with me, and then we were talking, and I said I was booked. So my Saturday morning lives are booked up all the way through March. The next openings I have are in April. So I mean, once a week. It's not that hard to do, I guess, but I'm still kind of shocked that it's something that I was just like, well, let me see if anybody wants to talk. And then it's kind of spiraled into that. But So I was like, well, I don't want to wait all the way till April to talk to him. So we just said, let's go. It was like an hour and a half. I was like, let's go live at noon. So we went live again. And so, yeah, we ended up doing 2 long streams yesterday. And I have next Saturday live, I have Stacy from Easy Peasy Keto is going to be joining me to talk. She is a superstar. She is a cover model from Woman's World. And
Wow.
she's a pillar in our community, and she's amazing. And then I'll do my Sunday morning. When we go, the wife and I go live every Tuesday night at 7 Eastern time. So we'll be doing that this week, and then I've got the first of the year. My next Saturday live is going to be with Maitreya, which is Radical Geek. And it's keep going from there. I've got a lot of good guests coming on. Christy, you're coming on sometime. I can't remember the date.
I can't either.
It's a ways out.
It's all good.
Calendar.
Yeah, it's a ways out, but we're gonna, and I'll get you on, Aaron, and like
Thank you.
I
cool.
want to get more people on, but I was telling Chandra last night, I was like, I'm booked to March, so I don't want to start booking March, or I'm April, May, June, because
Good problems.
Yes.
well, the problem is like the latest person that I booked for the last Saturday of March are like, well, put me down as long as I'm in town. And I'm like, it is a distance away. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
you don't know what
Yes.
you're doing.
I mean, I don't even know what I'm going to be doing, so I mean, I'm kind of like limiting myself to that, or vacations or all that. But I mean, not like it couldn't be moved or whatever, but
Yeah, that's kind of how we are with our Tuesday stream, Lioness Lifestyle, that Aaron's going to be on Tuesday. We're booked through March too. And it's like, yeah, people keep asking. It's like, you can totally book, but it's going to be April at this point, and yeah, people don't know their schedules in April. What are you doing on a Tuesday night in April?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because you're not planning. Then I don't want to have to because eventually we're going to want to not be in this state. We're going to go on vacation and do things. That's the downside with doing a Tuesday night live every week. That used to be our date night, was Tuesday nights, because it was like the cheap movie night. BW3s had their wing sale, so it was always the night we'd go out on a date, and then now we don't.
Now you go live.
Yeah, we do.
I never get to catch that because, we have Lioness Lifestyle. So you said it's 7, so that would be 4 my time, and we go live at 5. So everybody can tune into Dustin at 4 and then tune into Lioness Lifestyle at 5.
That's the issue. It's like when we decided to do Tuesday nights, we were trying to find a time slot that worked for us, and we weren't like overlapping. But the problem is no matter what day or time we picked, we're overlapping with somebody.
Yeah.
Now, I know that I think sometimes Dr. Barry goes live at the same time we do, but luckily, at least the people that will come and watch us, because it's difficult to interact with a Dr. Barry live because there's 5,000 people in there and it's scrolling by so fast. You can't really have a conversation like you can in other lives.
Right.
So that's a benefit for us, but
yeah, that's my favorite. I got really into that when I discovered this community. Like after I sort of watched all the Dr. Barry, then I discovered the channels like ours. And that's my favorite part, is getting on, like I do when you're live, Dustin, on the weekends, and just like, hey, seeing what's going on in the chat, meeting people that way, having conversations with my internet buddies, like Aaron and I, or whoever is in there, like Ellie was in here earlier. If I'm not on camera, that's the fun part. And you're right, on the bigger channels, when there's so much, they fly by and you can't interact with, it takes away half the fun for me.
Yeah. And I know why he does what he does, but if I was someone his size, I would probably put the chat on slow mode. So like 30 seconds to a minute, you have to, in between someone leaving comments, but there's so many people leaving comments, it may not even actually make a difference. But
okay, note to self: research slow-mo.
Yeah, like when I had 2 weeks ago, I had Steve from Serious Keto on, and I put it to like a 10 seconds, so people couldn't comment any more than every 10 seconds. And so, because I wasn't quite sure how that was going to play out, but
Hmm.
Yeah, because he has a big channel. I watched part of that one.
That was the one I was worried about the most because he is the biggest channel that I've had on so far, and he's the person that I kind of have interacted with the least.
Mm.
So I was, most of the people that I've had on, I've had DMs with, or we've been on other lives together or something. There's some
Yeah.
sort of connection there. I didn't have much of a connection with him like everybody else. So I was a little more nervous with that.
Yeah, man, I used to get so nervous for these, and now I'm just like, sure, I'll get on at 4:30 in the morning, put on my Santa hat, and talk for an hour and a half, whatever.
First time Christy dragged me on, and I was like,
Aaron was like a deer in the headlights.
but,
I'm like,
my
"You'll be
husband's like, wow, you
fine."
didn't look nervous. I was like, I was.
Look
Eating
at her
sardines
now, guys.
in
Look at
front
her
of the
now.
world, not knowing what was going to happen.
We ate sardines, Dustin, live.
I'm sorry?
Aaron and I went and ate sardines for the first time live. That was
my
her first live
live.
experience.
Did you guys eat the whole sardine or like the boneless, skinless sardines?
Oh no, the whole sardine with bones and skin. I ate
Well, mine
one.
didn't have a head, if that means.
Yeah, there wasn't a head. I have not eaten another sardine since. It was disgusting.
I ate them for a while, and then one day I looked too closely, and I haven't been able to eat them since.
I've only bought the sardines from Costco, the whatever Planet those are, or whatever. They come like a yellow package.
Yeah.
And then or whatever the yellow packages are. And I just get the boneless, skinless with sea salt and olive oil. They taste they taste better than tuna.
Yeah, see, I like the taste. I think they taste good, but you have to get over that the texture of some of them, and just don't look.
Well, if you get the boneless, skinless ones, then you're not. It's basically the same. It's like a fattier tuna.
Are they a bigger fish? Because I'm trying to imagine how they're deboning these little tiny.
Well, there's still some bones in there a little bit. I don't think they're that small.
Okay.
I mean, I don't really know, to be honest with you, because I've never bought the ones that are just.
Are they the full fish or are they chunks?
Well, mine are chunks.
Yours are chunks. See, these were the whole like 4 fish in a can.
Oh yeah. So I mean, that's probably just the size of the fish.
They're like, my fish in my aquarium are bigger.
Yeah, Pixel got the rest of that can of sardines, and she was one happy cat.
Oh yeah,
I'll tell you that much.
I bet.
Yeah, if I'm not careful and I leave the can sitting on the countertop, the cat, one of our cats will jump up and eat all the whatever scraps are left in there with the oil.
Yep. Pixel loved it. Yeah, but no, they're not for me.
Shander won't eat them either.
The other thing is egg yolks. Dustin, do your cats do that? Like if I left a bowl like sitting next to me and had some egg yolk in there still and picked, I'll be darned if she didn't come over there and like lap up every bit of that leftover egg yolk. I'm like, I'm going to have to make
that's supposed to be what if you're going to make your own cat food, like if you're going to so we used to buy our cats the cheap kit and caboodle stuff or whatever brand it is. It was like 35-pound bag for $17.
Right.
And now we buy them this stuff. It's called Origin. And it's like spelled with like a J. And it's a 12-pound bag for $70. Because they were just lethargic. I mean, it's basically like it's like feeding them cat cereal. And now it's primarily meat.
Yes.
So they're they've trimmed down some, and they were like, one of our cats was having like urinary tract issues, and it's cleared that up. So I mean, really, cats are supposed to eat just meat. So if you were to take raw chicken and mix it with egg yolk, they would probably be super into it. Just no bones.
Right.
Like chicken livers, and if you put ground up chicken livers with egg yolk in it, they would probably be super happy. But I've noticed that chicken livers have gotten expensive. It used to be like sub 99 cents a pound.
Yeah.
And now they're not. And I mean, we buy chicken thighs, and that was always 79 cents, 89 cents a pound. And now Costco thankfully has them for like $1.49 a pound. But
Yeah, I don't know if I can get her to eat chicken. She's like famously the cat that doesn't like chicken. She gave me the dirtiest look when I tried to give her chicken. It was funny, and I got it on camera and everything. There, it's on my channel. But anyway, she loves all the seafood things, but egg yolks. Who knew? So yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. But yeah, she's lost some weight too. I need to do a Pixel update. I've gotten a couple of requests.
Pixel's weight loss story.
Yeah, Pixel's weight loss story. She's doing amazing. So I didn't switch to another dry food, Dustin, but I switched from like a super low quality one to it's like a wet cat food, and the ingredients are like tuna and fish broth. End of ingredients, you know. And so she's perfectly happy with that.
Yeah.
And the one can of sardines she got. But yeah, she's lost weight. She has energy. She plays now, and she didn't used to do that. I mean, I haven't seen her play since she was a kitten, so she's doing really great.
Like one of our cats used to literally lay on its side and eat out of the food bowl. That's, you know,
well, I used to do that too, Dustin. I don't know what's wrong with that. Okay.
Isn't that how you eat your dinner, Christy, at the dinner table?
Come on.
Just lay down. I mean, I used to eat almost like I used to eat so many meals in my bedroom, in my bed, watching TV, just shoveling food in. So I'm no stranger to that. I was laying down too, but I wasn't on my side. But you know,
well,
so
you still had a fork,
like,
I assume. I mean,
I totally felt bad for them.
Too funny. Love it. Yeah, sorry guys, I don't have cats. I can't
Well, Kate C says she feeds her dog Origin.
Yeah.
I think that's the way it's spelled, Origen.
I'm not
if
familiar
you
with
spell
that.
it like that, you can charge twice as much, obviously.
Well, I mean, that's the problem. And like, and we can't even buy it in stores. We have to have it delivered. Like we have it delivered through the Amazon pet food company or whatever it is. I can't think of what it's called right now.
Chewy?
But it shows up every so many weeks just in time. And I'm like,
yeah,
it's nice. I don't have to go and pick it up, but I just wish it wasn't $70 a bag.
That's the thing. We do this one of those fresh dog foods for my dogs too. And the price is like so extreme. I've started to take like our leftover food, like plain foods that we're not eating, and I'll chop it up and throw it in there because I have to stretch it. It's too much, but it's still better than like that the kibble and all that, you know. Like it's like you said, it's like cereal.
Yeah, it is.
It is. I mean, it's basically it's all grain and
yes.
And even when I'm looking at Costco, they'll have it'll be like turkey or whatever. And I'm like, what dog wants turkey? Or you know, what animal wants turkey? And it's like, and it's got, I was like, it's healthy. It's got sweet potato. I'm like, what dogs are eating sweet potato?
Oh, my dogs love sweet potatoes.
But I'm talking like if they were out in the wild, would they eat sweet potato?
Are they digging them up and like
yeah
and cooking them? No, probably not.
This is something that I worry about. Evelyn, she's a super sweetheart, and she says that Origin may change because they got by Mars Pet Care.
They've bought a lot of dog foods over the years, and we've had to switch out after that's happened because the dog would start getting sick. I don't know, was it one of the big ones? I don't know if it was Nutro or Blue Buffalo. Don't quote me on that. It was one of the big, like more natural line of dog foods they bought out, and then my dogs just started getting sick. So big business.
That's like when
cool.
I mean it happens with our stuff too. I think what just got bought out not too long ago.
The tallow. The Epic tallow was bought out by a big company.
Well, Epic got bought out a while ago.
Okay.
They had like
Primal Kitchen was bought out.
Yeah, Primal Kitchen was bought out, and they changed their buffalo sauce. There was a new company that I know that I follow, and I know that they just got bought out. But I can't. But I'm spacing it at this point.
Are you talking about Rouse or whatever? The
Rayo's, yeah.
Rayo's.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. They got bought by Campbell's or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But sometimes the companies will surprise me. Like Progresso has a line of keto soups. They've got a creamy cauliflower, which I'm not a fan. I hadn't tried it, but it doesn't like the ingredients aren't the best. But they also have a tomato, and it's for it being Progresso and $3 a can. It was really clean, so it doesn't taste bad either.
Yeah, you have to look at everything. You never know. You know, some of them are still okay after they get bought out, but then others are not.
Well, like your tuna, Aaron, that you bought.
Oh yeah, the tuna. I feel like they never even did this years ago. I was gonna have a can of tuna and I read the label and it was like tuna, salt, and vegetable broth. And I'm thinking,
Yep.
why are they putting vegetable broth in my tuna? So the other day I was at the store and I ended up buying like a club pack of like the good like line and pole caught tuna, and that one only has albacore tuna and salt. So you're paying
Yeah.
like 3 times as much for it. But yeah, I don't know. They put these fillers and everything now. I would think fish broth maybe, but why vegetable?
Right.
You know?
Well, that's like all
Hilarious.
like the chicken and pork at the grocery store all say vegetarian fed, and I'm thinking that's not what
Yes.
they would eat normally. If you like chicken are little dinosaurs, they don't care.
They'll eat
If they were
anything.
big enough, they would eat us.
And that just shows you how pervasive that thinking is, because people see, oh, they're vegetarian fed, how healthy, right? The average person, when they see
Yeah.
that's what
I
they're
mean, I
gonna
have a
eat.
friend who fed his dog. He had two dogs. I haven't talked to him about it in a while, but we had gone to Chicago to see a show, and we were on our way back, and he was talking about how he fed his dogs a vegan diet, and his vet said they're healthy as any other dog he's ever seen. And I'm like, I had to keep to bite my tongues. I'm like, what dog in nature is going to be a vegan? Not a single one, unless they're in a situation where that's all they have. Then they're in crisis mode and they're not going to be very happy.
Right.
And there is I don't know what special it was, but Joe Rogan had a comedy, a bit in his comedy special where he went down this rabbit hole looking at hashtag vegan cats. And he said they looked like they were like stuck in a house with a gas leak.
Put up David's comment about the dogs with the tractors. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I
I'm
did. I
thinking
had
of
that up
his
there for a
laugh.
second ago. Yeah. They were out there harvesting potatoes and brown rice.
Yeah. Isn't that what they do?
Yeah. I mean, like you think like pigs, like pork, like if farmers fall into the pig trap and died, like the pigs will make them no more. They're
Yep.
not vegetarians.
Nope.
They're a rooting animal, so they'll root, but they'll also eat whatever they come across. The same thing with chickens. Chickens will eat mice. They'll
Yeah.
eat bugs, worms. They'll
Lizards.
eat anything.
I've heard lizards.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're little garbage pits.
They're little velociraptors. That's what birds are. They're what dinosaurs turn into.
Yep.
They eat anything, right? We went for the longest time. We used to go to this resort in Florida, and they had like a resident bird there. I think, what was it, like an osprey? I don't know if I'm saying that right, but people would feed this bird eggs. Like the bird would walk up to the tables and that was George's favorite food, eggs. And when you think about that, it's like birdie cannibalism.
But I mean,
You know?
think about what they do. They would do that in the wild. They would eat their eggs. Like there's even a thing like where dinosaurs would eat other dinosaur eggs.
Yeah.
I think we got it wrong. I think dinosaurs had feathers, but I mean, that's just the thing to me that's so silly is like, I understand why the thing like, and I'm not on the train that vegetables are unhealthy. I don't think there's a certain growing segment of our community that will say things like plants are poison. Now there are poison things that we shouldn't eat.
Yes.
There's a very small selection of vegetables that we can eat, but most of it we can't. But there's not any animals out there that we probably shouldn't eat. I mean, there's some fish we probably shouldn't eat. There's that one that's like super poisonous or whatever. But
if you prepare it wrong,
yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, and like the thing is, I still enjoy broccoli. I didn't eat vegetables until I went keto. I had never had a Brussels sprout a day in my life until I went keto.
But I bet you eat them all loaded up with bacon and stuff.
Yeah, they're
I did it first.
everyone
Now I
always
just like
says
them with
that,
like
but you have
butter
to
and
put
roasted.
something on them.
Oh,
Like
roasted
butter
in
or
butter.
avocado
Okay.
oil. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Olive oil, salt, and pepper roasted until they're almost like have a crust, like they're crunchy on the outside.
Kind of like how like you would do like mine, like how you would used to do the campfire marshmallows, get them to where they're like brown and
Almost
crunchy.
burnt.
Yeah.
Set them on fire.
Because I've been to restaurants that have those as an appetizer, and they're so good.
Did you ever do up cabbage that same way with the
Yeah,
oil and like
yeah.
like
We
almost
would
like
we
cabbage steaks?
yeah we
Good.
would cook cabbage a lot more. I don't know. Do you guys have Trader Joe's near you?
Yep.
Yes.
I think that's
Well,
national, yeah.
I mean, like for us, it's like on the other side of the city. So,
Oh, yeah. We have them around here.
because I mean, typically wherever you have Aldi, you're not going to have a Trader Joe. And where there's Trader Joe, there's probably not an Aldi
We have
'cause they're
everything. I
We
don't
have
know.
well,
more
no, because
Aldi's.
East Coast thing.
they're actually they're brother companies.
Are they
Like one
really?
brother owns one, and the other brother owns the other.
Huh.
Um,
That's interesting.
but they
Makes
have
sense though.
basically it's basically Brussels sprout confetti. It's so good.
Cabbage
So
and
good.
cabbage is Brussels sprout confetti. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I mean they sell Brussels sprouts that's like been shaved or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Is that almost like the riced cauliflower, like along
got
those
it, got
lines?
I mean, it actually looks more like confetti because it's like flat pieces. And
Yeah,
they're not
because
like
it's
rice or whatever.
the leaves. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
we haven't had cabbage in a while. I don't know. We just haven't had it in a while. You about forget about it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I buy Brussels sprouts and I buy broccoli and I buy them frozen just because I can keep them in the fridge and they're usually frozen a lot sooner than you're going to get them fresh.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I mean, because if I buy something fresh and put it in the refrigerator, it's just, I'm going to forget about it. I'm going to pull it out. It's going to be brown and soggy and I just throw it away.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
So-
Agreed. Oh, the puffer fish.
Yeah. The puffer
That's it.
fishes. Yeah.
Won't be
Let's
eating
see.
any of that here.
No.
Evelyn says she always loved Brussels sprouts, but have never eaten them because hubby doesn't like them. That's a weird thing. That was something that Steve and I talked about, was the fact that there's such a dichotomy between people who love Brussels sprouts, people who don't, and then everybody who loves them telling all the people who don't like them why they're wrong.
But you have to make them this way, then they're good.
Yeah, if you make them this way, you'll love them. And
Yeah.
like,
You're
I always
eating
ask
them
them,
wrong. That's why you don't like it.
Yeah.
well, the first time I actually ever had them, my stepdaughter made them for us, and she boiled them, and I was like, well, that's not good. And then I was like, then I started seeing recipes, and you cut them in half and fry them up, and I'm like,
yeah. Everything roasted or fried, it just, I think, tastes better. For sure.
let's see. So we see here, it says, I went to a local university biology department and talked to a couple of tenured professors about plants, oxalates, toxins, and they admitted, yes, plants are loaded with them. They are. And I don't think that they're supposed to be the bulk of our diet. I think they were like an emergency fund.
Yeah, you ate what you had to stay alive.
Right. The same thing with nuts
Yeah.
and fruits. And I mean, there's a cycle to it too. So there's like harvest time where you're going to have things that you don't have. Because I mean, meat's kind of an all the time thing, and there's no real season. You can have beef, lamb, chickens. But when
Yeah,
it comes
year
to
round,
like the
yeah.
natural order of things, I think we would be seasonally limited to fruits. It's not like now where we can have, it's winter time, so all the berries and citrus fruits are being flown in, and now that's when we get all of those.
And stuff you're probably not supposed to be eating right now.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think I don't think fruit's necessarily bad. I like, one of those I like those little cuties every once in a while. Because I mean, I've got a granddaughter, she eats like crazy. And when she doesn't, I don't want to throw it away. So I'll have like the 3 pieces left over or whatever. I'm not dead yet. But, because it's a struggle getting her to eat things. She just doesn't want to eat at all. It's a problem that I kind of wish that I could have, but
she just wants to
but
go
I mean,
play.
that's what we have to set timers. We have, the Alexa thing downstairs, and we'll say, Alexa, set a play timer for 5 minutes because she's 5. So 5 and 5, that's everything's dictated by how old she is or her favorite color. And so she'll go play for 5 minutes, and then she'll, if it'll start to go off, she'll like try to reset the timer. Like, no, you got to come eat a few bites. Because I make her like an egg sandwich, like an egg bagel in the morning, like a little bagel thin thing with egg and cheese. And she likes what she calls mac and cheese, which is just cottage cheese. And she likes, I make her some, so the most carby stuff we have in the house is for her, but she's going to have a little bit better way of processing all that than we do. We have like tater tots or some kind of hash browns for her, but just getting her to eat something is so difficult. Like, I'll make her every day I make her like a buffet of food, hoping she'll eat at least 10% of it.
Right.
She's got a spread every day. I'm up cooking and making food, and I'm serving her. I'm like waiting for her to tip me and
to tip you.
And it doesn't change either.
But she doesn't. She's running off playing.
I feel like my 17-year-old is the same way.
Mm-mm. I don't know. Like, our kids would not necessarily eat dinner, but they were like locusts. They would just go into the pantry and stuff would disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially when I started doing like the keto content and making cooking videos, I would buy specific things. Like, I would buy 2 bags of shredded cheese for a recipe, and I'd set them in the corner of the fridge, and I would get prepped and ready to make the video and go look for the cheese.
Gone.
And it would be gone in like a day. 2 packages of cheese would be gone. And I'd be like, hey, did you see this cheese? Oh, yeah, I ate that last night. 2 packages? Yeah, I was hungry.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I got 2 teenage boys. That happens frequently around here as well. They just kind of do their own food thing anymore. And yeah, stuff will disappear like that.
So now they don't live here. Now I have I actually I still shop at Costco. But I get like the chicken thighs at Costco, the big huge thing, and how we eat. It's like I can make half the package of the chicken thighs, and that's like 2 days worth of meals, and then I will pack them for Chandra's lunches on Saturday, Sunday, and or like I got some burger on sale at GFS the other day. I got 40 pounds for like $50. No, 20 pounds for $50.
Okay.
What is GFS? Is that like a restaurant?
It's a restaurant supply
store. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
Gordon Food Service. So like it's not always the best stuff, but I buy my hot dogs there when I want big meat, like the big beefy hot dogs. They're less carbs than the Costco hot dogs. And they're 1 carb per jumbo hot dog. And there's 5 hot dogs per pound. So it'll be 5 carbs for a whole pound of hot dogs. Which in hot dog terms, that's really good.
When you're
Because, like,
measuring
even
by
like-
the hot dog.
Well, I mean, like the thing,
What
like
a
if
unit
you're
of
getting like
measure.
the high quality, like Hebrew National ones, they're
Yeah.
4 or 5 carbs each.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. Yep.
Yes, Evelyn, you're not wrong. As a teacher, I can tell you that's 100% true. She said kids whose main food is sugar are hungrier. They feel they are starving.
Yep.
You're talking about, I mean, probably at Dustin's house, she's getting some pretty good stuff. But no, my students, it's like we got to feed it. Now we feed them breakfast. And now breakfast isn't before school anymore. They call it breakfast after the bell because heaven forbid you offer it before school and they'd actually have to show up early. We can't let them be hungry. So I've got kids eating before school. Then they come and they have their breakfast after the bell, which is like at recess time. And then we serve them lunch a couple hours after that. And if they come to the after school program, the very first thing they do is cook them a snack. And we have 2 different after school programs, and that is true in both of those programs.
And what do
So-
those meals look like? What's the breakfast after the bell? What does all that consist of?
Yeah, you don't want to know. But here we go. Erin's like, I know what she's about to say.
I
She
know.
doesn't
I've
wanna
heard
hear it
this so
anymore.
many
No, no,
times. It's not good.
Half the time it's like those individual bowls of cereal, and I mean Lucky Charms.
The good stuff.
And fat-free milk, because that's healthy. And then some kind of, maybe if there's fruit, it's like a box of raisins on top of that. And then twice a month, just because why not, they have breakfast for lunch. If it's not a bowl of cereal, it's like a sticky bun. Or a chocolate muffin, stuff like that, always with a non-fat milk. So they get sugar on top of sugar, and then they come to my classroom. It's so fun.
And no fat
And
in the
that's the
milk.
thing
So
is-
like
No
kind
fat
of
in the milk,
temper
no.
things. Just pure sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
And then-
crazy thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say for lunch the other day. So I noticed in our cafeteria, I hadn't seen it before because I don't hardly ever go in there. But we were in there for an assembly, and they had like a sandwich board, and it had all of the food groups, and I put that in air quotes, listed. But my eyes went to the protein, because the whole point of it is it says protein, fruits and vegetables, whatever all the food groups are. And then for whatever is served in the lunch from that day, they put on that sandwich board. So this is what you're getting for protein today. This is what you're getting for fruits and veggies today on your plate. And I don't know what they all are. There was 5 of them. But my eyes went to the protein, and I'm not kidding. They classified what they call cheesy pull-aparts, which is bread with cheese. It's like cheese bread. That was the protein. That's what they put as the protein. It's more bread than anything. I mean, I can't.
They'd be better off with just a block of cheese.
Yes. It's more bread. It's like breadsticks kind of, and they're
Yeah.
gooey, not just sprinkled with Parmesan, gooey cheese
Yeah.
of some kind, and whatever but it's more. I'm telling you, they're more bread than cheese, and that's what they put as protein on that day's lunch menu. So if they're not serving them a second sticky bun because it's breakfast for lunch day, that's what they're giving them for protein. It's not good.
I mean, if you think about it, the crazy thing is I don't think people understand the fact that there are 3 macronutrients, and those are protein, fat, and carbohydrates. Really, then they talk about the ketogenic umbrella, is what I'll call it, is we're eliminating a whole macronutrient. But when you really get down to it, what are they doing to kids? They're basically limiting 2 macronutrients in favor of 1. They're basically
and 2
saying,
pretty important ones at that.
yeah, we're going to give them all carbohydrates, and we're even going to masquerade protein and call it protein, but really it's just carbohydrates with a little bit of cheese, probably a low fat or a fat-free cheese, and then there's fat-free milk or skim milk. So we're eliminating another macronutrient, and we wonder why we are so completely unhealthy. And people will argue tooth and nail about that. And so that's a video that I've been planning a video of, just basically not even a controversial video, basically just telling people what the macronutrients are.
I think people just don't know.
They don't.
Even me and my husband, we have this joke because I've always been into nutrition and tracking and all sorts of stuff throughout the years. And he didn't even know that certain things had carbs in them. And so he'll be like, what's a carb? Now he's joking with me. But I think that a lot of people are like that. What's a carb? What are your high carb foods? Oh, well, pasta and cake. That's the first thing they think of. People just don't know.
Yeah.
I have a friend who's close to me, and he's a type 1 diabetic. And he was looking at carbs the way that hospitals look at carbs. Like a serving is a carb. I was like, you need to limit your stuff to 20 carbs a day or less. And he was thinking, well, one carb is one. I'm like, no. One serving of what they say is one carb is probably 45 grams of carbs. You need to limit that to 20.
Yes.
A day.
Yes.
Hospital food. Ugh. Good.
When I had surgery in 2016, we had just started doing, we had just started doing keto low carb. And that was kind of like trying to lose weight for me to have my umbilical hernia surgery. And going into the hospital, we weren't fully keto yet. We didn't start that for about another month. But in the hospital, they were bringing like graham crackers and peanut butter. And I ate that stuff. And I remember Chandra went down and got me a slice of pizza. And I remember being like, well, this isn't low carb. But I was, just out of surgery. So I was in a state where that tasted amazing. I was like, ooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have had 2 hernia surgeries, Dustin. So I hear you.
Yeah, they're not fun.
No, they're not.
Yeah, because the fact that I've got a nurse that lives with me that tells me what to do, and so she wasn't my nurse, but she was there being my nurse, and she made sure that I saw the surgeon she wanted me to see. I was in the hospital that she wanted me to be in, on the unit she wanted me to be in. She was very,
I know.
because they initially wanted me to go to like a surgery center. She was like, with his comorbidities, there is no way he's going to go to a surgery center.
Yeah.
I'm 400 pounds. And I remember coming out of surgery and they're moving me from like the surgery gurney to my hospital bed. And I remember being just out of it, as you are. And I remember apologizing to them because I was so big and they had to move me.
Aw. Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Wow. Your wife's head must spin with everything she sees people getting fed at her job.
Oh, yeah. So when we first went keto, she said she was talking to the nutritionist. And the nutritionist kept saying that, keto's so bad for you. But she was like, why?
Look at the garbage you're feeding the patients.
Well, it's just like, it's just so unsustainable. But why? It's just you just can't keep it up. But why? They didn't have an answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my doctor, straight up, the doctor that fired me after my cholesterol went up. Anyways, that doctor, Erin's laughing because she knows the story. That doctor, when we started having a conversation about diet before the blood work and before all of that, told me that she was shocked that I was reporting that my inflammation had gone down because ketogenic diet is not an anti-inflammatory diet. Like, she looked me in my eyes and told me that. And I was like, I can see that you know nothing about this. In my head, I said that. I didn't say that to her face. But yeah, she told me that's weird that you're saying that because keto is not anti-inflammatory. And also your cholesterol is going to go up and it's a very unhealthy way to eat. So that's what my doctor told me before. And then I got the cholesterol results and then we all know what happened after that. My cholesterol, I'm a lean mass hyperresponder, Dustin. So my LDL is through the roof. But
so you didn't follow the Dave protocol when you went to get your cholesterol pulled?
I did not know about the Dave protocol and the Oreo cookies, and maybe I should have had a couple of those.
Tell me about this.
Okay.
And does it work with gluten-free Oreos?
Right. So for lean, this is not for everyone, Erin, but for us lean mass hyperresponders, if David's still in the chat, he's one too, so he knows. So what happens is, according to their best, theory right now, has to do with the lipid energy model. So it's because we were lean to start with, or we're very lean, our BMIs are low. And so we don't have a lot of glucose stores in our liver. So we do this, our bodies will do the same thing basically with lipids. And so the triglycerides and HDL are like this amazing ratio, but like the LDLs go up because that's what is like transporting all the stuff. But if you give us a little bit of glucose, the LDL, our body just goes, oh, okay, and switches back. And so you will know your LDL will just come back down to like normal range. So Nick Norwitz, who is one of Dave Feldman's, he has his own channel. Yeah, so he proved this by, because he's a lean mass hyperresponder too. So he ate some Oreos every day for 2 weeks. and he checked his LDL, and his LDL came back down to normal. And he did it with, or I'm not saying I'm going to go eat some Oreos. I'm saying you could do it with any, like I could probably do the same thing with some berries or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just when you get enough carbs, your body will switch back over to that energy model as opposed to using the lipids for energy. So yes, if I want to like get my doctor back, which I don't, I could eat Oreos for a couple of weeks, go get my cholesterol tested, and she would say, "Oh, you must have changed your diet to something healthy because look at your LDL just being normal."
Now, I wonder, because you know that mine was nowhere near as high as yours, but it was enough
Right.
for my doctor to comment on it, even though she was happy overall. I'm just curious because I have reintroduced carbs to a certain level. If mine is just going to naturally be lower when I get it done again in January, I'm going to guess probably
Yeah.
that will be.
Yeah. And I don't
Yeah.
know how the rest of, I'm just saying this was specifically like when he did the Oreo thing, it was an N=1, right? It was just him. And it's specific to lean mass hyperresponders, right? So if you're not a lean mass hyperresponder, I don't know. I mean, I can't say, but that will be interesting. I'll be interested to see your numbers, Erin.
You don't want to do that. And then all of a sudden she's like, why is your A1C?
Right? Then my A1C was, yes,
No, I'm
because
not
my
getting that.
A1C was excellent. Yes.
Yeah. Or why is your glucose so high?
Yes.
Been pounding Oreos and apples for 5 days before.
Well, the thing is that's shifted because the initial Dave protocol was different. It didn't have anything to do with Oreos. That's a new study that has come out.
Oh yeah. So what were you talking about? Just adding in carbs a different way?
No, it wasn't even had nothing to do with carbs at all.
Oh, okay.
And it was basically just, I can't remember exactly because it's been a couple of years, but it was basically eating a different kind of food for a couple of days or whatever, getting your cholesterol super high or whatever, and then like doing something for a couple of days and getting your body in a it was like a 5-day protocol, 5 days before you're going to go get your cholesterol pulled. And it was a way to go in once you finish the protocol. Then when you get your cholesterol pulled, it would be low the way they want it to be, but still in a healthy, still your tries would be low and all that stuff. Right.
Right.
So yeah, I can't remember the exact details of it because it's been a while, but I just remember that there is a Dave protocol, and then it resurfaced in my brain because of the fact that I started seeing the stuff about the Oreos.
Yes. I think I heard a long time ago, and I'm with you, Dustin. I can't remember the specifics of it, but I think Dr. Sivas did that same thing because they had to like test his blood for like getting life insurance or something. So he didn't want his cholesterol numbers to be high, so he did that, and he so that he could like get his blood work for the life insurance.
So wrong about all of this.
Well, I mean, it's hack your health, right? So I mean, if they're going to use numbers against us, and we understand how things work, why not use it to our advantage? It's the same thing when I go to the doctor and they use one of those automated blood pressure cuffs.
Yeah, and it screws up your blood.
My blood pressure's through the roof. And if they use a manual cuff, it's normal.
Because they run like 15 points higher or something.
It's usually they're like, you need medicine. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And I'm like, no, I don't.
And you're like, I took it 3 times at home today and it was like low. And now I'm in the doctor's office and I have high blood pressure.
Chandra has all that stuff here, but I mean, we don't think about it. You know what I mean? We don't do any of that stuff. Like, I would like, I mean, you can even check your A1C at home now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I requested an A1C and my doctor didn't understand why I wanted that. She said she only tests her A1C in her, if the patient is lean, she doesn't check the A1C. That's what she said. She only checks A1C in her overweight patients. She did it for me.
You're missing a huge portion of people who probably need help.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I thought.
People have diabetes. What the hell?
Yeah.
That's when they end up with like, what is it? Like they call it skinny fat.
Yes. The TOFIs or whatever.
Yes. I was trying to think of the term.
TOFIs.
Where the fat cells on the outside of the fat cells in the body there's limited fat cells, so they can't get fat. But then all the fat accumulates around the organs, the liver, the kidneys.
Thin on the outside. Thin on the outside, fat on the inside.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the worst kind. That's really bad. So
yeah.
That visceral fat is no joke. But yeah,
It is-
so
I was like, it's not hard. Like my brother had, so my brother 4 years ago stopped drinking. He was a very heavy alcoholic, and he stopped drinking because his doctor had found that he had fatty liver. So he was listening to me, was not giving him medical advice, but he was following what I was doing. And he lost weight, completely reversed his fatty liver, and he had stopped drinking, which I didn't have anything to do with that. I'm glad he did. And now he's like 4 years and change sober. But he was able, like, the doctor was like, "What are you doing? How did you do that?" He's like, "I don't know, I just do what he does." He's like, "What do you do?" I'm like, "I just eat keto."
yeah.
Yeah. It is crazy that is the way. Like, I never thought about, like, 'cause I had a general practitioner at my last job because the clinic was in the basement. It was a big, big building downtown, and we so we would, anytime we needed a checkup, physical, we were sick or whatever, we just go downstairs. And I was had to go in during the pandemic to get blood drawn. So walking into the nobody there, completely desolate. It was weird because it's always full of people. There's like a bank and a dentist office and a whole like cafeteria and everything, all empty. And I go and get my blood drawn, and then like I have the phone call when the results come back. And I'd been there long enough to have this done twice. So year over year, my markers got better. And the doctor, the nurse or whatever was still like, I need you to eat less red meat. I'm like, but haven't my markers got better year over year? Yes. I was like, well, I eat red meat every day. Well, I still would maybe just one day. I'm like, but why?
Exactly.
Why? And it's like, that's what, and I feel bad because here we are, contrarians, asking them questions they don't have answers to because they went to school hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt to get the wrong information, or at least what they think is correct information. Mm-hmm. And then I was listening to something the other day about like what we know as nutritionists now started with like the whole practice of nutritionists started with the Seventh Day Adventists, which are all like vegan and plant-based, even at the turn of like the 18th to 19th, the 19th of the 20th century. So then that turned into the whole school of thought. That's where like that kind of meat stuff started. It's not a recent thing. It's been a slow progression over the years, but that's where like nutritionists, if you talk to any nutritionist, you need to cut back on your meat, eat more vegetables.
Yeah, I'm doing I'm not as in-depth as what Aaron is doing, but I'm getting like a nutrition certificate. And the amount of like, arguing, it's like you just read through the lessons, right? And then there's like a discussion board, But yeah, it's definitely demonizing meat for sure. Encouraging everyone to go vegetarian and vegan. Vegetables are the best thing. About the only thing I agree with is no processed food. So they think, they say processed food is bad. All the other nutritional lessons in there. So the last section I have to do has to do with nutrition and chronic disease. I haven't done it yet, so we'll see what they say about that. That ought to be interesting. But carnivorous grandma is in that class too. The discussion boards have not been very vocal. I was kind of hoping they would be, so I'd have some things to say. But yeah, it's just been kind of quiet in there. But yeah, we're definitely holding it down for team meat when the discussion does come up. And then the I don't think the teachers even said one thing. I'm like, okay, well, whatever.
Yeah.
But, are they even teaching anything, or is it all just straight from like modules?
Yeah, it's modules like that. So it's just I just did it because Robin was like I'm like, okay, I'll take that class with you. I haven't done a college class in a while. Let's do it. So it's like my first one in years. But yeah, it's all but just modules. So you read through the stuff and then you take like a test, and then there's a discussion board, but they don't even require you. Like in my other classes way back when, like for my master's degree, anything that was online, you had to post so many discussions. Like that was part of your grade or whatever.
Yeah, it was very different.
Yeah, this one
It
is
is
like
now.
it's there, but you don't have to use it. So people aren't really using it.
Yeah.
So you just have to read through the different modules and then take a test and pass with whatever I don't know what the minimum percentage is. And you can have I'll usually just have 2 tabs open. You can have the information open while you have the test open. So it's like an open book test, So anyways, I just kind of wanted to see what information was out there. Yeah, it's very much beef is bad for the planet. Cows are bad for the planet. Beef is bad for you. Eat vegetables, eat vegan. That's basically the class in a nutshell.
And then the same thing when it comes down to with breakfast cereals, there isn't actually a nefarious origin to breakfast cereals and to why.
The Kellogg thing, right?
Yeah, Kellogg.
Yeah.
He was a nutter.
Yep.
The idea he was putting that out to help because he felt that if people were eating meat, they were going to have urges. And if he put out this breakfast cereal, people would lower their urges.
Yep.
They would be less likely to act on their urges. And we know what kind of urges we're talking about. But yeah. There's even a movie called Road to Wellville that I think even talks about that to a degree. It was Matthew Broderick was in it from years and years, the 90s, I'm pretty sure. Adam Keto Couch Video said something funny. He says the old adage goes, a butter covered steak a day keeps the doctors away.
That's right.
So
Evelyn asks, do you feel like you have to answer the questions wrong to pass?
Yeah, I have to answer so it's multiple choice questions. So it's basically which statement about whatever is true or is false or whatever, and you have to pick the one that whatever they said, in the text of whatever it was. Like I said, it's mostly just a bunch of reading, and then you're answering questions about the reading. So yes, I have to give answers that I don't agree with to pass the class and get this nutrition certificate. But I think Aaron, you're in a more in-depth program, and yours is. I just didn't curious, but
I'm doing precision nutrition, so I'll be like a nutrition health coach, whatever. It's what Nicole does that as well, but she's got a lot of other stuff too. But that's one of them. I would say that they're more open-minded in meeting the client with where they are and whether they want to do low carb, keto. They even had a video about carnivore where it was kind of like, we don't generally recommend this, but if your client really wants to do it, here are the things that you can tell them or try to help them with. So it's more about eating less crap and leaning more towards the non-processed stuff. I wouldn't say that they overly demonize meat, but in their things, it'll be lean meat might be a little bit better. You know what that it still kind of leans in that direction a little bit, but not as extreme as what you're saying, if that makes sense. It's a little bit more open-minded towards fats and stuff like that, for sure. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, mine is just it's like a 1 semester. I have till January 5th to finish it. It's just one class. It's not in depth like what you're doing.
Yeah.
So do you think it's worth it, or are you going to utilize that in some capacity?
I'm not going to utilize it. No, because I didn't learn anything other than to share it like this. Hey, this is what they're teaching people. I was kind of just curious. School is, I'm a teacher. I always did pretty well in school. And so I was curious, okay, when they say it's going to be a nutrition class, what are they going to say? I was curious. And some of my new, from this space, my new YouTube friends, a couple of them were enrolling. So I was like, oh, I'll enroll in that. And I was just curious. Yeah. No, I have no plans to become any kind of nutrition coach like Aaron here. But it is laughable. I think I put a link to, when they were talking about how cows are killing the planet, it was in the first module. I put a link to one of Peter Ballerstedt's videos. So if you haven't seen it, what he talks about, watch Peter Ballerstedt, because he will tell you why cows are not killing the planet. And
my thing is they go to cows, but they don't talk about cars and airplanes and
all the machinery that's harvesting those vegetables.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And killing off the wildlife and everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The birds
So I
and
just put a
everything.
link to it, and then nobody responded, but yeah, I was more just out of curiosity because I wanted to see. Yeah, Becky,
Yeah.
plant agriculture is killing the soil if you don't have the cows in there to renew it.
Yeah.
And
It's devoid of
Zoe
all of the
Barcombe has
magnesium
some
and
pretty
everything.
alarming
Yeah.
things to say about the state of our topsoil.
And the fact that if a farm wants to change and become a regenerative farm, become self-sustaining, become a very clean farm with, grass-fed, grass-finished, and have free-range chickens and all this, that, and the other. I was listening to an episode of Joe Rogan, and he had a rancher on. I can't think, like White Oak Pastures, maybe. I could be totally wrong on that. It was about a month or so ago. And he said that it took them like 20 years and a lot of money to transfer their farm over. And they were able to hold less cattle and such. And they even had issues with chickens because they would have their chickens out and they had reintroduced bald eagles. And the bald eagles were picking off their chickens, but not to eat. They were doing it for sport. And the government is supposed to repay them for any livestock that are removed by protected species like the bald eagle. They're supposed to give them like whatever it is, money, like up to $40 a chicken or something like that, or whatever, for every chicken that would go missing. But it was a very difficult process and almost never really came to fulfillment because of the fact that they didn't really care. But like, as I know, that's something that's happened to us because where we live here, there's a national park about a mile up the road from us. It's the only one inside city limits in the United States.
Oh, okay.
It's called Eagle Creek Park. And they've reintroduced bald eagles there. So we will see them from time to time. But luckily, we don't have anything outside that whether they come this far or not, I don't think so. But there's also lots of deer and they're protected. So you see deer in there. And then every once in a while, they do have to open it up to hunting because they get overpopulated. And you can drive by and see like the leaves on the trees are all the level.
Deer level.
Yeah, deer level. Yeah.
Yeah, we have
So
that problem here. Yeah. We actually have bald eagle here again. You'll see them from time to time. And the one thing we have to watch out for is with our small dogs. Because we had not a bald eagle, but a large hawk swoop down and try to take my one little guy the one day in the yard. So probably wouldn't have carried him for too long, but would have done some serious damage for sure.
Yeah, we have hawks here too. We have red-tailed hawks. You have to watch out with the cats.
Yep.
Yeah. So
One
you think
on
like,
our fence.
like how big a bald eagle is, and like
Yeah.
it can just take a chicken.
Big.
And they're not even doing it to eat. They're doing it to like for sport
Eagle
to
games.
show off to the other
Eagle
eagles.
games.
Yeah.
Showing off
Crazy.
for each other. Who's the better hunter?
Impress the ladies.
Yes, they're impressing the ladies.
Ladybirds.
Because they said the first there was a couple, like one, then there was a couple, like a male and a female, and now there's lots of them. Yeah. So we have our two of our cats are indoor only. They do like to try to escape.
Yeah.
Just to get scared to come back in. And then we had an indoor outdoor cat, but he went missing a few months ago and was gone for about 2 months. So he was older, so we thought maybe he was gone. And then he showed up one day, and we haven't let him out since. Just because he'll go and he was friendly and would go and get stuck in people's garages and stuff. And
yes,
he'd run the neighborhood.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Cats are like that. We had one that adopted us during COVID. It was very nice. We named her Stormy. She was around for like 2 years. She would come and she would get fed. We named her Stormy because she was mostly white with like some gray on her. But anyway, and we love that cat. And she just kind of adopted us. She would hang out in our backyard. And then one day she just was gone. And maybe a hawk got her, maybe a coyote. I don't know. But it was, yeah. Here one day, gone the next. But like for 2 years, she would hang out in our backyard, and her and Pixel would, they were like frenemies. They would Pixel can't go out, but they would like at each other at the screen, stuff like that.
I'm laughing because I know a story of a family that I know around here who they moved and the new family moved in, but they didn't move very, very far. And the cat would just keep going back to the old house and the old neighborhood because that's what it was familiar with. And then eventually the family that moved in, that was their cat. Like you said, it adopted them.
That's
so they couldn't get rid of it.
This is where I live. This is my house. Why did you switch?
Yeah, exactly. So my parents used to live in this like rural area up in the mountains. It's called Julian. If anyone's from California, you probably know. It's like a touristy town. Anyways, it's up in the mountains and it's rugged and there's like mountain lions and stuff up there and everything. And they moved from like living in town to living 5 miles out into like the woods. And one day my dad went into town and our cat's name was Mookie. And he saw like Mookie just like cruising down Main Street, like heading for our old house. And if he hadn't have seen, like she was all bedraggled, she had gone cross country 5 miles through the woods, braved all the mountain lions and everything.
I'm pretty sure that's a movie, Christy.
It was Homeward Bound. Homeward Bound San Diego edition. Yes.
Love it.
In the mountains of San Diego. Anyway, yeah. So he just happened to see her. Like, I don't know why he went into town that day. He was like, that cat looks like Mookie. That cat is Mookie.
We had an old cat. We had another cat, and he disappeared. And we were driving back on the back road of our neighborhood, and because we live out from the city, but we like live between like outside of Indianapolis, but then we live like on the border of a couple other bigger towns or whatever. And so where we are is not rural, but it's like pretend rural, And we were driving up the road. It was dark. And Shannon was like, "Is that our cat?" So she stopped to get this cat, thinking it was our cat, and it was a raccoon. She was trying to bring a raccoon home. But if she was allowed, she would have like mountain lions and all these things in our house. She wants giant cats, and I'm like, they will just eat us. And she's, I'm okay, and I'm like, I'm not.
Get a Maine Coon. Those things are pretty big.
That's what we had. We had a Maine Coon.
We already have Maine Coons. Okay.
Yeah, we had a Maine Coon, and that's the one that left, and he started a gang in our neighborhood.
A gang? A cat gang?
Yeah, because we would just see him, like he would show up at our doorstep, and he would see us and go, "Oh wait, your guys is why I left." Like, and he would dart off.
That's funny.
So
too much.
So I guess there's a 3-legged cat.
Yeah, I was replying to that because of a red-tailed hawk. Yeah, those hawks go after the cats, man.
Yep.
Lost a leg in that red-tailed hawk attack. So there was one day a red-tailed hawk landed on our fence in our backyard. It was just sitting there. It's big. And that's Cat Stormy I was telling you about. She's down there stalking the hawk. Like in her mind, she's like, "Oh, bird, that's my dinner." I'm like, "Stormy, that's a hawk.
That's going to eat you for dinner.
You're going to be dead in about 2 seconds."
Yeah.
Fortunately, the hawk flew off and it was fine. She lived, but yeah, she was like all in hunt mode. I'm like, no, you have it backwards. I'm sorry. You got your food chain upside down or something.
We like Bob's Burgers. There's a cartoon. And we were watching it, the new episode. I don't know if you've seen the new episode or not. But like their power goes out in their apartment, and their landlord lets them take over his hunting chateau or whatever. So they go way up the mountain. It's like Christmas, the day before Christmas Eve or whatever. They're driving up, and they're poor, so like bald tires and a station wagon trying to go up the side of this like slippery, snowy mountain. And they get to this hunting chalet, and it's like a hunting mansion. And they go inside, and like right where the dinner table is, there's this giant painting, because I guess they had built this place because their dad was in love with falcons, and he had a lot of falcons, but he was trying to train them and was never able to do it. So he would get one, they would fly away. They'd get him another one, they'd fly away. So we had this big, huge painting. It was like size of the wall was like 3 or 4 paintings of these falcons ripping this rabbit apart.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it was very explicit to the point where like they were like trying to cover it with a sheet, and they were like trying to, and then finally they just put wrapping paper over the rabbit. So it looked like the falcons were trying to unwrap the gift. And they're like, it's a gift of a dead rabbit. But the rabbit's like, its entrails are hanging out. It's just the most ridiculous thing you'd ever seen.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Dustin, do your cats ever leave you? I know you said they're indoor cats, but have any of your cats ever been outdoor cats and left you like the presents that cats like to leave, like gopher guts or anything like that?
Yes. So Tigger is our indoor-outdoor cat. And one day our youngest and I were outside at the end of our driveway, and Tigger comes patting up to us, and he looks up at our youngest and drops a mouse at his feet. And then the mouse realizes what's going on and runs away. And
was Tigger incensed that he didn't like that your son didn't like get
looked at him with disappointment.
Come on, I just did this.
I brought you this and you let it run away. And we'd come outside, there'd be rabbits outside. And we moved our grill for the first time. A grill was set in the same spot for a good amount of time. It's got like that bottom shelf. Mm-hmm. And we moved it, and it was like a mouse graveyard.
Ew. So
yeah, he brings gifts.
Mookie was our cat when I was my last couple of years of high school. I lived, still at home, and we got Mookie when I was a junior in high school. And Mookie would the same one who went cross country, that cat. She would leave on a regular basis gopher guts, a pile of gopher guts, and the teeth, like the 2 teeth.
Gopher.
At the back door.
The gopher.
She ate the rest of the gopher, but the guts and the teeth she left just special for us.
Beautiful.
Yes.
I mean, that's the one saving grace about having the cats is we don't have to worry about mice. I've never seen a mouse outside of the one that he dropped at the kid's feet. But there's a lot that I have to deal with because now like our indoor-outdoor cat is older and he doesn't like using the litter box. So he just goes in our laundry room on the floor. And I'm like, we can't get rid of him.
Right.
And we have 5 litter boxes. We have 2 downstairs and 3 in the laundry room. I can barely get in the laundry room to do laundry. So I'm sidestepping. I have to sidestep there's 2 litter boxes that are in boxes. They're like big enclosures. And then I've got one small. I was like, well, if I put a little small one down here, maybe he'll stop going on the floor. He just goes next to the litter box.
What a
we
brat.
Can't get rid of
what
them.
A jerk. That's our jerks.
They are. And then they puke all over the house.
Mine never
and
pukes.
I'm like, I'm their servant. I clean up. I'm the maid of these cats.
Yes, you are.
So I don't know. I think I'd rather have mice.
You gotta
Until
wait.
you walk in one night and they're sitting on your stove. That's what we had, like eating whatever was spilled.
Nope.
Or we had a new dishwasher delivered and the guys came and pulled one out and I was so embarrassed. Not only was there dust and everything that would be under an appliance, but there was a dead mouse. And they're like, oh, don't worry about it. We see it all the time.
Oh, no. So gross.
So.
Let's see. Uncle Big Guy's here. Let's see.
I think he left.
Oh, maybe he did.
Yeah, people have been coming and going because we've been streaming.
Going.
People are like, hi, and then I got
there's stuff going on.
People are
it is a busy day.
Yeah. It's finally getting light outside. Look. It's getting light outside, you guys.
Oh my God, it's 7:00 there. Woo, it's 10:00 here. Funny.
Normally, I would have already cut this off because I would be watching because there's always a live stream after my Sunday stream. The Weathers, which is Watch Autumn Keto.
Okay.
They go live on Sundays in the morning at 9:30 for about a half an hour. But they're in Disney right now, so they're not live streaming.
Oh, okay. So we're not interfering.
Yeah. Because I mean, I do my best to try not to. Because I mean, there's no way around it. Because I know, like, if you want to go live on a Friday, you're going to step on toe. Like that's why I was like Sunday morning at 7:30. There's nobody besides maybe some gamers who are still up who are streaming.
That's right. It's perfect. It's perfect for me, Dustin. I'm telling you, you're speaking my language. That's why I'm always up. That's why I'm always hopping in.
And then Sunday morning or Saturday morning, no one's on because I'm like, but the downside with Saturday morning is I do need to cooperate with, like when I had Neely on, she's out in Oregon. So we started at 11, which was hard for me because I already gotten sleepy again.
You're like, it's time for my nap, Neely.
It
Come
is.
on.
I do. I nap at like 9 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
Neely is coming on Lioness Lifestyle in January. So I'm looking forward to chatting with her, getting to know her a little bit better.
Neely's awesome.
Cool. Yeah, I've only interacted with her like in chats. I haven't actually spoken. So I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, she was trying to get somebody on a live stream one time before she was using a streaming program.
Mm-hmm.
And we were trying to get it like, so if you go live on YouTube without a streaming program with your phone and you invite somebody else, they too have to use their phone. I was trying to get the link from my computer because I've got a whole setup. Yeah. Why would I sit somewhere with my phone and not have good sound? And, you know, I've got a nice microphone and all that. I'm like, why would I do that? But I end up sitting in my chair here with the backdrop and stuff behind me with my phone leaning against one of the lights because I think it's a while to figure that out.
Yeah. So that was like before like StreamYard. That was just through YouTube? Like you can stream just straight from YouTube?
Yeah, you can stream straight from YouTube, but you don't have all the features. Right. Now, I imagine they'll start to add those over time because YouTube does that. Because I also use TubeBuddy. I don't know if any of you guys use TubeBuddy.
No, I vaguely heard of it, but no.
There's like vidIQ and TubeBuddy, I think. They're like ways to help you adding tags and stuff to your
I've used vidIQ, yeah.
Yeah, so they're basically the same.
Okay.
But like then there's like those have tiers where you can do like the A/B testing with thumbnails. But that's like an extra tier from where I'm at. But over the course of next year, 2024, YouTube will start incorporating that as well. Because, I mean, it is helpful because you can make I think 3 thumbnails and see which one is better to get people interacting.
Huh. That's cool.
So, I mean, that gets into more of the YouTube stuff that not everybody is into, but I'm into it because I want to grow and I want to bring more people in because I know you can, because after a while, like it becomes an echo chamber. We get the same people, and we're preaching to the choir. And where if I can get where YouTube is pushing me out to more and more and more people, then hopefully somebody who actually needs this information and can use this information and isn't aware that it's even a thing can find us.
Yeah.
So I do, I have a friend that I work with. I'm actually bringing him on later in 2024 because he's a recovering alcoholic and talk about that kind of lifestyle changes and how that impacts people. Because I want to talk to that, that kind of thing and not just nutrition, but other things that people do in their life to make their lives better. Because I think even some of us may have those issues that we're not necessarily dealing with yet or whatever. So, I want to be well-rounded and I don't want to just preach to the choir. That's why, if carnivore, keto, vegan, vegetarian, paleo, whatever, just people who are doing something to be healthy, whether they're, eating less and moving more, whatever it is that's working for them, whatever. I want to see what makes them tick and how they feel. And so utilizing all the analytic information that I can find, hopefully will get myself out, grow the community, and then they say rising tides raise all ships. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. I will say though, yes, I agree with you about preaching to the choir, but I think I've had a lot of comments lately. I think maybe it's because of the holiday season. I've had a lot of comments in my lives talking about thanks for doing this. Like I need it. It's like, because a lot of times you're the only one, like people are the only one. the only keto, the only carnivore you'd like that they're in real life, right? And so engaging with lives like this, I just had a lot of comments like, thank you for doing this. This has like
Yeah.
helped me to like keep my resolve, stay on track, that kind of thing.
Well,
So-
that's extremely important as well, and that's why I maintain and keep doing it. And I started doing more and more lives because if people are going to show up and it gives them a community, it gives them that, because we've all felt alone. We've all felt like we're the only one dealing with something.
Mhm.
When I was huge, I knew there were other big people. I see them at the grocery store. I see them everywhere. But it doesn't mean but we get on here and I can talk about some of the issues that nobody talks about. Like my sternum deformed because I was so large. So I have like a deformed bottom of my sternum. It pokes out a little bit. And I found out that I wasn't the only one because Mike Gorman was talking about it. And then you have I was having issues because at a point, I wasn't even able to use my downstairs bathroom anymore. I had to go upstairs and I had to be mindful of bathrooms in public because I didn't want to get into a stall that was too narrow to where I couldn't finish everything I needed to take care of before leaving the stall because I couldn't fit. It didn't work and I couldn't get stuck in there because who's going to come help me? There are things that happen with obesity that get overlooked because we don't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it is embarrassing to talk about. Nobody wants people to know that, I just can't use the downstairs bathroom in my house anymore. That's a thing that I deal with now. I've since rectified that problem and now it's not an issue anymore. But, we see things like My 600-Pound Life and we see things like that people can't get out of bed anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They can't clean themselves anymore. They can't take baths or showers anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, all these things. I wish that something like My 600-Pound Life was more of a preventative measure, but I think it's more of a sideshow where people watch it and go, I'm glad it's not me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, and hopefully we can do good things here where, Aaron, you talk about, your gluten intolerance and things like that. And saying what you said today, Christy, is you've never been overweight, maybe for 20 pounds or whatever, but that didn't mean you didn't have issues that you were battling that people couldn't see. So someone who's overweight, we're wearing our issues on our sleeve because everyone knows you're fat. We do everything in our power to, we don't tuck in our shirts or we wear a bigger bag of your clothes or we dress a certain way so that goes unnoticed, or at least in our minds, it goes unnoticed. Because if we don't notice it as much, you don't notice it as much. But obviously, we all have clothes, especially as a bigger person that I wear, that make me feel more comfortable. But it's all like smoke and mirrors, But yeah.
Yep.
I still don't. I'm not going to wear pastels. Like big people, to me, in my opinion, I'd never wear pastels.
I don't know. I heard you say that if your granddaughter asked you to wear a princess dress to Disney, you'd be wearing a princess
100%. That's a different thing. But I mean, that's a totally different subject. But she's not going to be like, Paul, I need you to wear powder blue.
Can I have her phone number?
She doesn't have a phone yet. She thinks she does.
That's funny. No, I just want to tell her, hey, tell Pa. That's funny.
Yeah.
I'm just teasing you, Dustin.
I already end up with stickers on my head all the time and bows in my beard. And I'm not against the nail polish stuff. I don't care about that. I used to get when I was when our oldest daughter was younger, she would paint my toenails and I'd wear flip-flops to work. And people were like, what color do you got today? And I'm like, I don't care.
I love that.
That's
I
so
want to see the bows. I want to see the bow.
Oh, I want to see the bows, all different colored ones.
Yes.
I usually post those on my Instagram stories when they happen. I post some of them. So
okay, well then I need to go back and look through there because
I don't know if you'll find them now, but I mean, I usually just do them in the stories. But just keep an eye out and look for those. I'll post them eventually. She'll come and put bows in my beard, or she always like people are like, why don't you braid it? I'm like, that hurts. It's like you try to move your neck and like the hair here is braided to this hair back here, and it's like,
oh man. Man beard problems. Aaron, we don't know about that, do we?
No, but I can remember my daughter wanting to do my hair and like practically pulling it out of my head. That was always
Ooh.
fun. Or braiding
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I don't have girls. I have 2 boys. I didn't have to deal with any of that.
Sometimes because when we nap, she'll nap between us, and she'll play in Ma's hair, Chandra's hair. And while she's falling asleep, she'll just curl her fingers into her hair. And sometimes she'll roll over in the middle of it and get in mine and start doing it. I'm like, whoa, gotta be careful with that.
Does she call you guys Ma and Pa?
Ma and Pa.
That's so awesome. Is that like a tribute to Little House on the Prairie?
I was gonna say it's like Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah.
I love
He
it.
has no idea,
That's the
but
first thing I think of.
Well, yeah,
love
that's
it.
what I would think of, like that or Mom Pa Kettle. That goes way back to black and white movies. But no, we just let her choose what she called us. Because we were like, well, what are we going to, when we found out that the daughter was pregnant, the day that they sat us down and told us, Chandra was like not happy. And I was upset, as you kind of are a little bit. And because she was only 18. And I had to run the middle boy somewhere. I had to take him to the bowling alley to meet some friends. And Chandra's livid and upset. And I was mad and upset driving there. On the way back, I was driving and something just clicked in my head. I was like, we get to take her to Disney in 5 years. And I was okay. And we did. We went this year. And it was everything I could have hoped it was going to be. And yeah, I've been excited since really just a few hours after knowing she was going to be here. I was excited. So, and then I've been lucky enough that because I lost my job mid-COVID. So I would basically just been at home and I've just been like the at-home guy. So I cook and clean and do the grocery shopping and take care of her and been able to do the YouTube stuff. And I have no real restrictions during, when I can and can't do streams and all that stuff. So because luckily enough that Chandra is in a position that we don't necessarily need 2 incomes, it would be better, but here we are.
Yeah.
So, and I've been able to, because before Chandra moved to this hospital, she was at a different one. Her schedule was different. So I had her by myself most of the time. So then I couldn't have been more lucky. Like losing the job wasn't fun, but it turned out to be some of the best things for me on a personal level and a life level, because I was able to spend time with her and then start I had put a video out before, like the year before, but it just sat up by itself, just one video. And I didn't have much to do with it. I just recorded it. My friend edited it and put it up for me because I didn't have any idea what to do. I didn't know how to do it. Mm-hmm. So then when I lost my job, I started doing videos on my phone and uploading them without really even editing them necessarily. I had a video editor that I use on my phone. I still use the same one. But then I had to teach myself how to use a full editing program, and I got a camera and I started doing more and more and more, learning more and more. And I had the time to put into learning how to do all of this. And so I'm very, very fortunate. So.
Yeah, that's cool. That sounds so familiar. I've taught myself everything about YouTube in the 3 months or so that I've been on here. Yeah, I was joking around, but it's kind of not really a joke, I guess. I never even took a video. Like I never hit the record button on my phone in my life because my husband did all that stuff. And I just prefer to live life. I don't want to be behind a camera. So I barely even take pictures of stuff. So yeah, this has been, I had to learn where the record button was on my phone. And that's how deep the learning went. And yeah, the editing, the thumbnails, all that stuff you're talking about. It's been great, but yeah, while teaching too. But I have the energy to do it now. Like I said, I come home from work and it's like, all right, now what? What can we get into?
Speaking of YouTube, could everybody go and watch my stuff because I have 666 watch hours and it's freaking me out.
Does it count if I watch it again? Because I've watched all of your stuff once.
I'm like, can we get off of this?
You can go into incognito mode and watch it again.
Okay. I'm gonna do that, Erin, because I know I've
But
watched all of your
it still won't update for a day or 2 or 3.
It takes so you can pull up your analytics
It just updated, I think.
and look at things. So it's difficult because I've been doing this like basically full time for over going into my 4th year now.
Yeah.
And looking at analytics, like so this month, the last 28 days, I have 721 watch hours last 28 days. So I mean, I've been monetized for about 2 years now.
Nice.
It would be nicer if it paid better. and I always say that as in full transparency, because I know that I do it because there's a lot of creators who are just starting who get frustrated. There's people who watch us and don't really understand what it is that we do and what goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Some of them may have misconceptions on what goes on behind the scenes, and I'm very transparent. And I don't do it to entice people to do super chats or any of that stuff. But just to kind of give people an understanding of what work goes into what we do.
Yeah. It's a lot of work.
It is a lot.
I mean,
I was surprised.
I mean, I don't think I'll ever be in the black running this channel.
Right.
You know?
I just got monetized fully like last week. So I just hit my 4,000 hours like last week. So now I can see the little, the pennies that go in.
Yeah.
It's like watching your affiliate links every day.
Yeah, it's pennies. It's pennies for sure. Because it even takes it down to like the 1,000th. It goes down to like the 1,000th of a cent. Like you just made 1,000th of a cent. Great, thanks.
Like the first few months that I was monetized, I was making like the first few months, I was making like $50 a month. And then something happened, and for like the next year, it was like $15 a month.
Ooh.
And then like, which I mean, $50, $15, either way, it doesn't make much of a difference. But you watch that, and then it's like it hits you. You're like, I'm putting in all this work. I'm making like 3-4 videos a week,
for
and
$15.
And I think, I mean, even now it's finally started going up now to where like the last 28 days I'm at like 43.73.
Okay.
So it's going back up, but I mean, you know, like, and I was talking in my live, the first live I did yesterday, I was like, you know, if I could just cover the cost of internet and cover the cost of StreamYard and maybe have enough to buy a new camera every once in a while, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was talking about, I want to get that soundproofing stuff.
Oh, Becky, that's so sweet.
Look at that.
Look at that. I think that's on. I'm not sure whose channel. That has to be yours, Christy, right?
She said roar, so I'm thinking it's mine because she was on Lioness Lifestyle. We roar. In case you haven't watched our female focused live stream, Dustin, I don't know why you wouldn't have. But we do have some lions that are regular, that do watch regularly.
Christy, you can go to Starbucks today now.
I could go to Starbucks today. Thank you, Becky. That was too sweet.
Just nothing above a venti.
We do our roar. Erin, are you practicing your roar for Tuesday?
I'm going to do something else. I don't know.
Are you going to meow?
I'll bark. No. I'll have to bring my dogs in and they'll bark.
Your dogs will bark. Come on, Erin. Come on. It's all in good fun. But anyways, that's amazing, Becky. Thank you. Becky knows she creates content. She has a good I've been enjoying her Vlogmas, Becky.
And Evelyn hit the nose on the head. She's on the head of the nail, whatever I'm trying to say. But I met Evelyn at Keto Palooza in October.
Oh, that's awesome.
She was going around and she was giving she's making everybody friendship bracelets. And she had a speech at the very end. There was kind of a time where people could come up and kind of give like a testimonial, a speech of what they learned from Keto Palooza. And she had one of the most compelling speeches. I was in tears because she says that she was like, finally, I'm not alone.
I love
she's
that.
One of the sweetest people I have ever got a chance to meet. And there was another guy that was basically the same thing. And his name was Clay. He doesn't really come into the chats, or at least I haven't seen him maybe more than once. But he had a great speech. It was put me in tears because I had actually met him and started talking with him at the beginning of the conference. And then he was like, how that changed everything, just the little things like, so.
Does Evelyn have a channel?
She does not.
Okay.
Maybe, she should probably get one.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing about doing this. It's not, like Dustin, like what you were saying. It's pennies, right? It's just a few dollars, but it's priceless to me, the community. Because like I said, when I first got in, I was doing all the, the Dr. Berry. That's how I first discovered the proper human diet and what keto really is. Like what you were talking about earlier too, like low carb, but like what is even a carb? Like that's kind of where I was. Then I learned about it. But then after I, kind of got my education with, the doctors, that's when I just started discovering channels like yours. I just discovered you recently, but, just regular people doing this every day. And it's all of these connections and reaching out to people. And that's the first thing I did. Like I made my channel and then I was like, no. So I was like, hi, I'm Christy. I'm over here. I just started introducing myself to people. That's how I met Aaron. That's how I met, Ellie was on here earlier. That's how I met you, Dustin. I just popped into your, remember that? I don't know if you remember, but I was like, I'll come and talk to you if you'll accept a carnivore.
Yeah. That's what I tried to say is I tried to tell everybody, it doesn't matter if you have a channel or not. I want to talk with people. Yes. And I think one of the issues that I did run into when I started reaching out to people, trying to get normal subscribers and normal people who were in these chats to come on and talk. And I was inviting them and I was inviting the channels as well. So Steve and Nilly and, all of these, they were quicker to respond and started filling up my dates over the people because I think people are nervous.
Yeah.
They're not as comfortable coming on here. I mean, you can say that, it is difficult. Like I did my first, wasn't a live stream, but I did my first podcast appearance. I did one like in studio, like I went to somebody's like podcast studio and sat in and did one couple like in 2018, something like that. And then I was on Keto Geek podcast years ago as well with Fahad, and I did that on my phone with earbuds in and talking, and then long before I ever did YouTube. But I mean the nerves going into it, and the nerves, like I was always terrified of public speaking. If you had to get in front of class and read a paper or anything, I was always terrified. And here I am 3 times a week. But I, over time though, back in my early 20s, I was in bands and played, went and played shows all around, toured around states and stuff. And so, I mean, that gets you up on stage and that kind of gets you a little more comfortable with being in front of people. Yeah. So now doing this is just normal now to me. I get a little nervous here and there, not so much for the talking, but that I want to not come off like an idiot.
Yeah, like that. I still get that feeling sometimes, but also I've never done a solo live. You're really good at those, Dustin. I'm always afraid I'll run out of stuff to say. I do okay when I've got other people on screen with me to bounce ideas off of.
Somebody said they wanted to come on. Let me try to see if I can see where it says. Are they asking to join the stream or they wanted to come on and be with me?
Not sure.
We don't know.
But if you want to join me, the best way to reach out to me is on Instagram. Just message me on Instagram at Keto Simple. If you want to be on my live stream, just be advised that I am booked until April. So we'll make it work, just probably getting closer to that date. So I'm not sure who Blocky is.
I don't know Blocky.
I feel bad because Cindy DeManch it was in here earlier. She and I have a shared Google document. It's like a spreadsheet with everybody's, not everybody, but it's growing because it's so easy to forget who people are.
Yes.
And sometimes there's similar names and you're like, oh, hey, so like there's a couple of different Bobs that come in. And I don't want, I want to make sure that it's a community and I don't want to be like, I don't know who you are. And I mean, at first I may not, but I'm going to forget because I'm terrible with names. The number of times I've ran into people in public with Chandra and I'm like, hey, this is Chandra. and then she's like, oh, then they tell their name because I can look at somebody in person and remember the concerts we've gone to, the stuff we've done, movies we went to go see, but I can't remember their name if you pay me $1 million.
Yeah. I tell my students every year, I'm like, it's going to take me 3 or 4 weeks to learn all of your names. Like, just deal with it. And then I'll get a new one. I'm like, and I'll say their name and I'm like, okay, I got it. Okay, I got you. Now I got to work on the other, 60.
Yeah.
I've just accepted it. Like, I'm not great with names and I'm just gonna take me some time to learn them all. It's fine. But yeah, it's hard with the screen names, the screen names being different from the name and keeping them all straight. I know Renee says she needs access to that list. I feel like that's same, Dustin. I need access to that list.
It's okay. I can't remember your name either. At least Evelyn makes it easy.
Evelyn,
she has her picture and her name right there for me, so I'll never forget her.
You can't miss Evelyn. I love it.
I don't wear bracelets or anything, so I took her friendship bracelet, but I put it in my nightstand, so it's always there.
Aww.
Because then the girl makes me wear bracelets and stuff all the time, and I wear a watch. I didn't put it on yet today, but I have a big, huge Samsung watch that I wear too. But I used to be like a person who wore like bracelets and stuff all the time, but then I just got to where like I don't even wear necklaces. We wouldn't be able to see it anyway.
You got the beard now. You don't need the necklaces.
Yeah, it makes tying a tie difficult, but
just tie it around the beard. Put a little bow tie on the beard.
Yeah, that happens a lot. I have bows, pink bows, purple bows, Christmas bows, Halloween bows.
Oh man, 3 hours, people! Wow,
you guys.
At least Renee puts her name in it because Renee, I think she changes her. If this is the same, I think she changes her screen name quite often. If I'm thinking of the right person.
I don't think so. I've only ever known Renee as No Insanity, although I've only been here for a few months. So maybe she does, as far as I know.
That's but it. Yeah, like there's like different Renees and yeah.
Like I never met you before today, Dustin, and look at us.
We're the best of friends.
Really?
The best of friends. Yeah. I mean, Erin and I have done lots of lives and things together. Not Dustin, though. In the chat, yes. I've been watching him for a few weeks now and, chatting in the chat. But as far as talking like this, nope, this is our first one.
Okay, so she is not the one I'm thinking of. So sometimes there's a Renee that's related to Shelly over at Hungry Heath, I'm guessing. And she changes her screen name all the time. But then she started, I think, and so I was thinking it might be the same person, but it's not as small a world as I was thinking. Yes. This is crazy. I didn't think it would go 3 hours. I'm glad I brought some extra bottles of water.
Yeah, seriously.
I finished my coffee a while ago.
Yeah, I know. I'm ready for another cup to top this off.
Okay, here's a question.
That's a good question, Maribel.
So she's asking, what is your short answer to why don't you eat carbs?
So my super short answer is my mental health. Refer to my previous statements, but yeah, when I got the carbs off my plate, Maribel, I noticed my anxiety and stuff really diminish a lot. So it started for weight loss, but I stay for the mental health. She asked for a short answer, so I'm trying to be short.
I don't know if I have a short answer. I don't think I've ever been asked that question before. That's a very valid question because normally I'm always asked, like, why do I do what I do? And it's a very long-winded story. I don't know if I have a short answer. I have to think about that one.
Well, I'm going to say the main reason, and I do eat some carbs, but the main reason in general I don't eat a lot is because a lot of carbs come from gluten-containing grains, so I have to knock them out in general, and I just feel better. I just feel better eating this way and excluding a lot of those foods that are higher in carbs. Short answer.
Short answer is I feel better. I have mental clarity. I have food control. As a food addict, it gives me power over food where I've never had that before in life. So I think that's about as short of an answer as I can give. And Evelyn has another question. She says, will you all go to Ketopalooza in 2024?
So I was planning on perhaps doing that, but now I've sort of I talked earlier, I'm going to be going to Hack Your Health by KetoCon in the end of May, beginning of June, and I'm not sure I can afford to do both, Evelyn. If I can, I will, but I switched only because there were some specific people going, like coming from, like I said, Limitless Lindy coming all the way from Australia, and I didn't want to pass up the chance to meet her. So I'll be at KetoCon in May to June. I'm not sure if I can afford to then turn around and do Ketopalooza. I think it's in October, right?
It's going to be the second weekend in October, I believe.
Yeah. It's also tricky for me when things aren't in the summer as a teacher, because I have to take some days off around, even though it's usually on a weekend, I'll have to take the Friday and Monday or whatever around there just to fly and all of that. I can only do that. I can only get away with that so much.
I will be there. I went last year. Or this year, rather. It's getting very close to it being last year. But I went, and I think that's going to be the one that I go to every year, provided Autumn keeps doing it, where it's part conference, but it's all community. And she's just going to limit it to 350 people, so it's not overwhelming. Like KetoCon looks like KetoCon looks fun. But KetoCon is almost all conference with some vendors, and there's obviously chance to meet probably more people than I can meet at Ketopalooza. But it seemed like I saw footage from this past year's, and it seemed like it was fun. But I think for me, obviously for me too, it's only a 2-hour drive to go to Ketopalooza, so I don't have to fly. I still got to get a hotel, and I'm planning to go down a day early because people will come in a day early. And it's all about the people. And hopefully I'm able to support and promote, because I know that tickets and all the information is going to be fully available in January. When in January, I'm not sure. But hopefully when Autumn releases it, I will make a video and put it out there for everybody to see as well. Because I want to champion that event, just like I like the Low Carb for Better Health in Dixon, Tennessee. I think it's not going to be in Dixon this time. It's going to be in the area. That one was really fun, and I'm going to have Amanda Decker on in February to talk about that as well. So I had a lot of fun last year with that one. I got to meet Dr. Westman. And
that's cool.
Yeah, and I met some other people from that live in, and I've talked to in chats again. But yeah, KPL will be there. I know Stacy. I know you'd be in KPL without a doubt. But yeah, so that's my answer. KPL provided nothing happens, but I plan to get my ticket early so it's cheaper, and book my hotel, and hopefully be able to split the hotel with somebody, because Shander won't be able to go because it's a weekend and she works every weekend. So, And have you? And I don't know, Aaron, have you heard of KPL?
Are we referring to Ketopalooza?
Yeah, Ketopalooza.
Ketopalooza. Yeah, no, I've heard of it before. But if this is the one, is this the one in Austin you're talking about, or is this?
No, this is the one that's in Louisville, Kentucky.
Yeah, no, I won't be going to that. I don't travel very much. We have a lot of expenses coming up with college and everything, so that stuff's on the back burner for a few years.
Yeah, like I said, it's easier for me to go to that because I can just drive.
Yeah, I could drive. I wish there was something in Vegas or something like that I could easily drive to from Southern California.
You got Low Carb San Diego right there.
I know, but isn't that for doctors? I've heard that's mostly geared towards.
I think anybody can still go, but it's going to be more probably dry. Like when I first started, I would watch a lot of the talks from Low Carb San Diego, and I would watch talks from Low Carb Down Under.
Yeah, I enjoy Low Carb Down Under. I watch a lot of that content on there.
Let's see what else.
I refreshed my cup, by the way.
Yeah, I see that.
My potty break.
Yeah, so Adam said he's plans to go because he shared a room with me last time because he was a late addition. I'd got a king room, so I only had one bed. But luckily, the room I got had a fold-out couch, so he slept on that.
That's cool. Save some money. I know my mom has a cousin in Austin, so we're staying at her house. It's going to save us a ton of money, and she's going to let us use one of her cars, so we don't have to rent a car.
Wow, that's
so it's
nice.
Basically just the flight and then the cost of, whatever food we eat and the cost of the conference. So
I wouldn't mind going to that. I have a friend in Austin, and I have two sisters and a friend in Dallas. So I mean, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities for me to go, but that would take a lot more money as I would have to fly.
Yeah.
And I would probably still need a hotel. I wouldn't want to just stay with my friend. I'll try to get a hotel closer to the venue. I would want to stay in Austin longer because they've got a crazy comedy scene right now. So, yeah, I'd have to try to do all of that. But I would like to have, if the channel was sustainable enough to make me, I would get more content if it was sustainable enough and I could afford to use the channel money to fly to Austin and go to, there's like Keto Orlando, there's Low Carb, there's all the different ones, right? There's like the Low Carb Cruise. Next year would be, I almost thought I was going to go to the Low Carb Cruise this year. I had someone reach out to me asking if I wanted to go along with them. And it was probably gonna, would have had to get a passport and stuff like that. So that makes it easier. And I've never left the country before. And I was going to get to go, but I'd be going without Chandra. So she wasn't thrilled that I was going to be off for like 12 days going to, being on she doesn't want to go on a cruise, but I would be at different islands and stuff like that, just off while she's here. She's like, yeah, I don't really like that idea. But I was like, it would have been basically a free cruise, but I still would have to drove there, pay for a passport, pay for a hotel the night before.
Yeah.
And then there's like other expenses on the ship. So it's not such thing as a free cruise, but it was like, then it was within a few days later that offer turned out to not be quite, it wasn't going to work out. So, yeah.
Yeah. See, if something came up local, I would do that. We do like the credit card thing where we get hotel points. So most of our stays are free. So it's more or less flying for me. That's the issue and the expense associated with that. But something around here within, Maryland,
there's something that happened in Maryland this year.
I think they had something in Annapolis, maybe. There was something.
Yeah, it was a big deal. I know 2 Crazy Ketos were there.
Baltimore. Might have been Baltimore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that 2 Crazy Ketos were there.
Yeah. I want to go on the 2025 low carb cruise to Alaska.
Oh,
I guess that's more expensive.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's going to be expensive. Yeah.
You have to fly. Well, I'm flying fly into like Seattle.
Yeah. If they had one going out from up here, that would be cool. Out of New York City, but probably not.
Yeah, I don't. Most of the cruises are down. Like most of them, like I think the last year's low carb cruise, or the one that happened this year, took off out of Texas, like Houston.
Yeah.
And this next one is coming out of Florida, and then the year after will be going to Alaska from, I think, Washington.
She had to get a call. Did you go to the bathroom too?
No, I didn't, but I did get another cup of coffee. Yeah, that Alaska cruise sounds amazing. I'm just in the past, I've been very, I know people tell me it's a big boat, but I've been very sensitive to motion sickness. I'm very nervous that I'm going to get on that boat, and I don't care what everybody says. I'm going to feel motion sick.
Okay, so I have to semi disagree with the thing about the it's a big boat because it depends on where you're sailing. Coming out of down the East Coast, especially during the winter past the Carolinas, it's very, very rocky and it's very easy to get seasick. It's not until you hit like the calm waters of the Caribbean that, that's been my experience. Like I needed the bands and stuff on my wrists when we were coming out of New York City for like the first day or so, especially if it was stormy.
Yeah, so I mean, I would want to do it. Like the part of me that's no longer afraid to be around people would love to go on that cruise to Alaska.
I mean, a cruise is cool. It is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm just very nervous that I'm going to get on that boat and then just be trapped and sick the whole time with motion sickness.
Yeah, you won't be sick the whole time, but yeah.
Yeah, I've never been on a cruise, so.
Me neither.
I'm not worried about the motion sickness or anything like that, but I don't know. There's just something about being spending that much time on I know it's a large boat, and I know that they're only getting bigger. Yeah, they're getting bigger and bigger. But I don't know. It seemed like it would be just, I don't know. I was going to say, Chandra's extremely against cruises. But when the daughter called us one night and goes, I'm thinking about going on a Disney cruise. That's about the only way we were going to get Chandra on a boat was for them to take our granddaughter on a cruise without her. So she was like, we started looking them up and seeing how much they were going to be. We were going to get like a room with like a balcony so we could go out and sit and not be like they were going to get an interior room. Like, I can't do that. I need some kind of window.
Yes.
I need to look at the ocean.
That's what I was going to say. Do not get an inside room because you don't know what time it is. It's very strange. And I remember just having the TV in the room, and that's where you would look. Because they had a camera outside, so you can see, okay, is it light outside? Is it still night? Like you see where the ship was going and whatnot.
Yeah, that's weird. That would be weird.
It was weird. Mm-hmm. That was our first one. That was weird.
Yeah. So then that dissolved and basically turned into us going to Disney World. So because we were sitting, because Shannon and I were talking, I was like, well, I was looking at like airfare, and there were some like really cheap airfare from here to Orlando. And I was like, well, maybe because we still have a day left at the parks that we got in 2018. So I had like a dental emergency.
Wow.
And we still have another day to go to the parks. It's like we could just pay for one more day, go to the Magic Kingdom for 2 days, just be gone for a couple of days, fly there, fly back, just to get our fix, right? Because we're huge Disney fanatics. And it was like, just to get our Disney fix and then come home. And she's like, well, we can't not take the girl. What if we do this? And if we go, and that's our October vacation, and we we were there like 11 days. We got a condo. It was like, we contacted a travel agent, and taking the whole family to Disney and staying on property would have been like $35,000. And that was ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And we rented a condo, like a 4-bedroom condo, for like $2,000 for like almost 2 weeks. And then the bulk of it was just the tickets, the Disney tickets. That was like $5,000 just for Disney tickets for everybody to go. But still way less than $35,000.
Disney's expensive.
So all this talk about October vacations reminds me of when I first started teaching. We were year round, and I miss those days because I had February, June, and October off.
Oh, you guys did that stuff.
Wow. Yes. I do miss that.
Well, our kids are on a balance calendar.
What's a
balance calendar? So our kids were on a balance calendar. So what that meant was they got the normal holidays off, like Columbus and all that stuff, but they got 3 2-week time. They got 3 2-week breaks. They had Christmas break was 2 weeks, so maybe 2 weeks in a day, depending on when Christmas fell and New Year's fell. And then there was spring break was 2 weeks, and fall break was 2 weeks. So there was like a 2-week spot in March, 2-week spot in October, and then a 2-week spot in December. So we would plan vacations in March or October. October was usually better because that wasn't spring break.
Right. Yes.
So
I missed that
go to
October month off.
Colorado in October, all that kind of stuff. We would go this year. Now that all of the kids, except for our granddaughter, granddaughter starts school soon. But so then next year we'll be planning a trip in October when she's out for fall break. Then we have a 2-week period to go on vacation. And you can go just about anywhere in the States for a good amount of time for 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I missed that. And the other night, this is funny. The other nice thing about it was it was not single track, it was multi-track. So somebody was always off track. And you always had a good reason to not, like, if you didn't know something or didn't do something. You guys must have talked about that when I was off track. I don't know. And it was like a legitimate, like, oh, I didn't get that done. I must have been off track. We don't have that anymore.
Yeah. So now we'll have to kind of go back to planning because we won't go anywhere for extended amount of time without the granddaughter. So just makes our vacations more expensive because then we got to make sure the kids go, and then and we usually got to cover their costs. So.
Yep. I hear you on the expense of the teenagers, Aaron, because I've got one in college, just started college, one just starting high school. The driving, the gas, the car insurance for a teenage boy.
Bad enough for a girl. I can't imagine what it is for a boy.
Our insurance like doubled.
No.
And that's with only one. Now we got the other one coming up. So I am not looking forward to that.
And the thing with the girl too is that they want and mine's a real girly girl. So it's all of the really nice clothes and the this and the that, and nothing is ever cheap. Nothing.
I have a story about that, Aaron. You will not relate at all. You're going to laugh. So winter formal was coming up. I knew nothing about it because I don't hear about this stuff because I have boys and they're not like real involved with that. But like, I'm not kidding. So like the girl inside of me just went, are you serious right now, dude? But like my son was like, I want to go to winter formal right now. I want to go tonight. It's tonight. I was like,
get your jeans and t-shirt out, buddy.
So we're like digging through his brother's closet because when his brother he went to like homecoming once, like they've just never been into that. And he goes, I know this is really last minute, but like my friends just decided that they're going to go. So now I want to go. And I was like, okay. So we dug out like just like a button shirt, like a long sleeve, button collar. Like he didn't have a tie, but I don't know. When I dropped him off, there were boys. I mean, some boys had ties, some didn't, whatever. I tried to get him to wear nice shoes. He's like, these feel weird. I'm like, whatever, put on your tennis shoes. It's fine. But it was the day of, like, legit, we were just pulling clothes out of his big brother's, like the back of the closet somewhere. Here, put this on. Hope it's not too wrinkly.
I mean, everything shifted
till the last
now.
Minute.
Like everything shifted now. Like when our boys were in school, they would do the same thing. They'd wait till last minute. And then they would be like, I need this. And we're like, well, go to Goodwill.
11 o'clock at night. I got a project due at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh, they did that so many times.
Poster board.
Now, one thing I've noticed too is over the last few years, now when we were in school, would any of you have ever dreamed of going to school in pajamas?
Hell no.
No.
Well, okay, wait. Christy can vouch for that. I don't know how old you are, Dustin, but Christy, remember the MC Hammer pants? They were almost like pajama pants.
Yes, MC Hammer pants. Those were a thing.
And like the plaid flannel ones. No, now they actually do go to school in pajamas.
Yeah, I was taking when our youngest was a senior, I was dropping them off every day, and I would see like kids wearing, like everybody's wearing pajamas to school, and I'm like, where's the like?
Yeah.
When I remember going to, so I remember being in elementary school, and I remember there was a girl she was a 5th grader, and I remember her and her friend every single day would be comparing how teased their bangs were under their Guns N' Roses bandanas.
You're talking my language, Dustin. You're talking my language.
I
You're
think
not that-
Dustin's
so I'm
just saying
48,
he's
so that's just-
around our age, Christy, maybe with that
Yeah, I'm
statement. No,
44.
he's younger. 5th grade. You must have been younger. Guns N' Roses and Aquanet.
And
Yeah, I'm 44.
yeah, he's not that
Okay.
far behind us, Aaron. It's not that
He's
far.
not that far behind us.
So Aaron and I graduated high school the same year, right, Aaron?
I think no,
We're no
you the
1 year
before
different.
me. You were
Yeah,
1 year
yeah.
before me.
Yeah, 1 year
But
different.
we're almost the same age, so you made the cutoff and I didn't, or something. like
Right. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. So yes, the teased bangs. Did you do that, Aaron? And then the sides too. You had the wings on the sides.
Yeah, I was lucky because I have really curly hair. Actually, no one realizes that. But so I was able to tease that out easier. But I remember the girls. Do you remember the girls with the wall? It would
Yes.
only be teased here, and then they'd have like a clip.
Yes. Yep. Totally.
That was a look.
Yeah. This is like my
my daughter
natural
looks at my
texture without a
yearbook and-
flat iron. So teasing this hair does not, no. I tried though. I gave it a good try. And the hair, the Aquanet, you're not wrong. Living in a cloud of Aquanet at all times.
I don't even know how we survived
I don't know.
with inhaling all of those toxic
It's probably all
chemicals.
still in my lungs. Who knows?
That's why everybody's all messed up.
Oh man.
Yep.
And then I hit that stage about middle school where I was putting gel in my hair every day, and I like, when I think back to that, I'm like, why did I do that? It looked dumb.
Did you do the wave, like the hair wave with the like
You would
the-
just be like swooped
Yep,
over and like,
Yep.
Well, now the boys' hair, and Christy, I don't know if your sons have this hair, but all the boys have the same hair now. It's like
Yeah. No, my
I
kids
don't know.
don't. They're not into that. They get
it was like a
annoyed 'cause they-
mushroom or something.
yeah, they go get it cut. But yeah, my nephews have that hair.
Yeah,
It was just at my
lots
brother.
of hair.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep. Funny.
yeah. So I mean, that's like our youngest. He has like shaggy dog hair where he has to go like this all the time.
Yes, yes. My nephew's like that. He's doing that, or you know,
Yes.
her,
Yep. I
her
know
hat
exactly
to
what you
keep the
mean.
hair off his face.
Were we talking about not wearing coats? I'm seeing something in the comment. Yeah, they
Yeah,
don't wear
somebody
coats.
said I see kids going to school with blankets wrapped around them.
And it's
instead of
not
coats.
because we can't afford a coat. It's just that they don't wear them usually.
Right. It's just like, yeah, they just do that.
They'll just
Or they
wear
just
like my
leave them
daughter
at
will just
school
wear the
and never
long
have them
sleeve
again.
shirt and run into the school. That's it.
Yeah.
If they have a fire drill or whatever, you're screwed. You're gonna be
So,
cold.
as a teacher, I have to do obviously that we have meetings, and I've definitely had parents come to like a teacher conference meeting in pajamas. Hi, nice to meet you. It's very professional.
But I guess I guess things, things change, and like, I mean, I never would have gone out in like house shoes and pajama pants. I mean, I wear like predominantly like solid color pajama pants. Like I'm wearing black ones right now. And
Yeah.
I the grocery quickly in these in my UGG house shoes.
I mean,
Oh,
Dustin, I took a shower for this. Okay. I took a shower and put on like a real shirt, and I'm wearing jeans because I was going to be on camera. No one could see my jeans, but I put them on because I just don't feel comfortable. And I
Yeah.
Well, for
showered.
me-
And you can smell me, but I still showered.
But they also don't iron their clothes. Do you notice that?
Oh, yeah, they don't. And
Like, I was
I
always
never
taught
did that.
growing up, like your clothes need to be ironed and everything got ironed before school. My kid will pull something out of the hamper and throw it on and go, it's fine. It's
my
fine.
mom would iron it for me. And if she taught me how to iron, so like I know how. But if it was
Yeah.
like a button type of shirt, that makes
Yeah,
it like
oh
not a
my
t-shirt.
God. Ironing the
You
button.
had to iron
down
it.
shirts.
Oh, yeah, you had to iron it.
Yeah.
Do better, Dustin. Do better.
Thanks,
Hi,
Jason.
Dustin Jason Keto. Nice to see you.
I'm seeing all these new people that I don't know here. This is pretty wild.
This is what was awesome about me just butting my way into Dustin's
now I gotta
live
check out
streams is that I've met a
Just
lot of
Dustin,
new
Keto, and more.
I'm starting to get to know some of these new people. That's the cool part.
I never did that, and like, I never iron my clothes. I didn't care, and I mean, now that I'm predominantly home all the time, like the way, like how I leave the house has shifted so much. Like I never would have left the house.
10 minutes. I'm just running to the grocery or
Yeah,
whatever.
I run to the post office and drop off packages. on almost every day, and then because we also just sell stuff on eBay, and like I never would have left the house without pants, shoes, a belt, an undershirt.
You should
Like
probably still wear pants. That's always a good thing.
Well, yeah, leaving the house, I might wear pants. They frown upon not wearing those, but
Yeah,
you know,
usually in public they want you to have pants on.
I'm living my truth.
I was having trouble though, just dropping my daughter off at school before she could drive and like not being dressed. Like,
yes, I can't.
I did it a couple times in pajamas and I felt so weird. And I'm sorry,
yes.
Dustin won't understand this, but Christy, like you at least have to have a bra on, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. You can't do it without a bra. Sorry, Dustin. I know this is girl talk.
I have a wife. I know these things.
I bet you she doesn't want
she got to put on a bra
either. But yeah,
she doesn't even like hang out around the house without one on.
Oh, that's the first thing that comes off when I get home, unless I'm doing a live stream.
It depends on what I'm doing.
Yeah, but if I'm just hanging out, yeah, no, you gotta be free.
No sprinting though, like that, Chris.
No sprinting. No, I don't do my sprints,
even if it's inside your house.
Hey, it's semi-retired Bob. How you doing, Bob?
Wow, everybody's waking up, and we've been doing this for 3.5 hours.
Nice to see you. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, like, oh yeah. So I don't know. I
left him speechless, Aaron. It only took 3.5 hours.
Oh, I thought maybe it was nap time.
Yeah. Well, I've got too much to do today, so I
I feel like this is going off the rails, and I thought that only happened when Nicole was around.
I'm letting Bruce know what your channel is, Dustin. So there you go, Bruce. It's Keto Simple, no space. Okay, I apologize. I did it, Aaron. Nicole's not even here. I can't even blame her.
I think she's on a plane right now, so we cannot blame her.
We cannot blame her.
She's not here to defend herself.
No. I can't wait for our live stream next month with the three of us. Dustin, we have a live stream with me, Aaron, and Nicole.
That's only like a week and a half away.
Like, what do we name it, Aaron? Like low carb off the rails or something? Because you
low
just
carb ladies off the rails. The thumbnail's on my page. Yeah.
You just know that it's going to go off the rails with the three of us. It's not going to stay on topic at all. But we got low carb in there.
We'll say low carb a couple times at least.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I like those. Let's just hang out and chat lives. Those are fun.
Thank you, Jason, for putting that in there for us.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Jason. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Becky's tending to her hard-boiled eggs that need to go in the ice bath. Ooh, she gets fancy with it. I just run mine underwater.
No, I definitely put mine in the ice bath. You know, my freezer makes those really, I think it's like for like alcoholic drinks, but I don't know because I don't drink, but like the really big ice cubes, like the round.
I would like that.
My freezer makes those. They're like giant, like golf ball sized and the shape of a golf ball, like round like that, ice cubes. Makes like 3 a day. And I don't know what to do with them. So I do. Yeah, it makes 3 because they're giant and they must take a lot.
Just drink whiskey. It's fine.
It's funny. But I pull those out and I use those for because I do eggs like once a week for work. So that's what I use for my ice bath. For my hard-boiled eggs is my point of that story.
We've got a Samsung fridge and they're notorious for the ice machines going out.
Oh.
And so we have a countertop ice machine now.
Ooh. Okay. So is that preemptive, Dustin, or did the ice machine actually go out in your Samsung?
Oh, it went out. Yeah.
Okay.
There's like a class action lawsuit and all that stuff going on. It's a bad design.
Yeah.
I love everything else about the fridge, but the ice machine just doesn't work.
Yeah.
We have
I have like all the ice I want.
Yeah. Ours, like the great design, the fridge, it's like the double doors, a separate drawer for the fridge, bottom freezer drawer to keep everything nice and cold. But the ice machine sucks. Like it jams constantly. You know, I don't know. It's bad design. I think I just froze up on that.
You did a little bit, but I got
bad design on their ice maker.
I'm super happy with my LG. You're cracking me up, John. You are cracking me up.
Yay.
Congratulations on getting monetized, my friend. John is awesome. He has a great channel. Every Sunday, he does the Carnivore Roundtable. So check that out.
You know what? I have a question about that, John. Is it because she often uses backgrounds with characters and stuff? Is she getting copyrighted? I thought about that the other day with the Charlie Brown, that YouTube might not want
It
that.
shouldn't do anything with a stagnant image, though, because on Tuesdays I do a live stream with on a friend's channel. We talk about movies, and one of the producers of the show goes through the movie and clips like every third to fifth frame of the movie. We don't play audio, but we have it's like basically like a movie slideshow.
Okay.
So as we're talking about the movie and going into history or whatever the directors, all that stuff, they that's kind of that is going on in basically the movie, but if you do it too fast, it'll kind of trigger a copyright. But if you do it like every 4 to 5 frames, it doesn't, because it's stagnant long enough.
My only thought on that is maybe because it's part of the show, like it's almost like an editorial type thing that you're doing on that, whereas like the artwork in the background might be different. I don't know. I'm just thinking it along the terms of like stock photos and stuff that I do and what's allowed and what's not. But it said content not appropriate for ads.
The only thing that happens to me is with the music. So like I have the version of Canva. So like I can use that music. So I have it and I don't get a copyright. But if anyone else is streaming to their channel, they'll get a copyright.
I got a copyright on your music.
Yeah. So I had to change it.
I only use the YouTube stuff from the studio now for stuff on YouTube. So they never say anything, but I don't know.
It's like my intro music is only 3 seconds now, but it's it is a friend's band. Like I've known them since high school, and they gave me license to use their stuff, but it's only 3 seconds, so it shouldn't cause any trouble when we go live.
Do you put it in the description, like the attribution?
Yeah, it's in my description. Yeah. So
you can edit it out too. Like if it's just like you can edit it out, Aaron. I was just gonna let Aaron know. You probably know Dustin, but like so if that I think that happened on one of John's videos that I was on. He had some music, and you could just mute that music if it's just in the intro or whatever. Then whatever. So I just muted it, and then the copyright went away, and then I could monetize that video.
Sometimes I make videos of the granddaughter and I upload them as private. And then I can send that link out to family and they can go and watch videos. We're having to send them all to them. And we were at the fair and she was riding a merry-go-round, and the merry-go-round has organ music playing. And I got a copyright on that, even though I wasn't monetized or whatever at the time. And it doesn't matter because
that merry-go-round organ music.
Yeah, it picked up and knew what song it was. And I was like, really?
Wow.
That's funny.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And then last week I was doing a stream with the Rock and Roll Rowdies. We were doing like a Rowdies React episode, and I went through and I was pulling in music videos to have them react to. And I had to edit them and do different things. And I had to upload them to a channel that I don't use just to see if they would, because I don't care if it copyrights or whatever, but as long as it doesn't block. I don't mind because they're not monetized, but I didn't want to pull stuff that was going to shut the stream down. So I had to go. So I had 6 songs. I edited them all down to about a minute and a half, and then just enough that they could react to them and get their opinions and everything. And then I uploaded them to make sure that YouTube wasn't going to throw a fit and throw us off live. So yeah, I would love to do a channel where I talk about music all the time, but that's not on the card at the current time with copyright restrictions and all that stuff. But I can see that Nicole not appropriate for advertising. I see that. But I mean, there is probably going to be more and more restrictions going forward with the niche that we are in, and saying things that you have to be very careful to say things in a particular way, because like even we were saying something the other day on one of the streams talking about, could you cure diabetes? And the thing about a cure by the FDA requires medication that's been approved by the FDA. and things that are not medicine, that aren't approved by the FDA, it cannot cure something. So talking about like if you're utilizing food as a cure, quote unquote, that could trigger something to be, advertiser unfriendly. So you have to, you just like, or even using the word fat. So like instead of like, so I've kind of trained myself to say keto adapted over fat adapted and that type of stuff, just to I can't even talk, to get myself in a, just to prepare and have less problems, talk about things that are my opinion, things that are what I'm doing. And these are not, obviously these are things that are not medical advice.
Not medical advice. Do your disclaimers. I got to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do that all the time, but I like that keto adapted. I probably will try to switch to that language just for that. Yeah.
Yeah. So people are talking about different kinds of strikes they've got for videos and stuff. Yeah.
Mine have never gotten, and they've never given me it says like, this is not a strike, but it'll just say it's not eligible for monetization.
Yeah.
That's all I've gotten.
I get that a lot on shorts if I transfer them from Instagram and it allows me to use the music. Like it doesn't always, and then you'll see the copyright thing pop up.
Yeah, because you have to pull that music in from YouTube and do the whole thing with YouTube, because they have that whole beta thing going on right now where you can pay money to use a song. But like if you're paying $10 for the use of a song for a short that you're going to make, even if you are monetized, you may make 14 cents on.
Right. That's silly. Yeah.
So once you're monetized, do your shorts, even if your shorts weren't contributing to your monetization, do they count towards revenue? Does that make sense? Like, will there be ads put into your shorts too, or just your videos?
Yes.
My most recent shorts that I made since getting monetized, Dustin's right. It's like 12 cents or whatever.
Okay. But there is something there too.
Yeah, there's something. Mm-hmm.
It's like 7 to 9 cents per 1,000 views.
Yeah. I don't think I've only had 1 or 2 shorts get that many views. So.
Yeah. Like the last short I put up had got like 5,100 views. So I made like 30 some cents. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, like, there's a thing about shorts, and you can make them, and you can link any video you want to them now.
I saw that. That's new, isn't it?
That is new.
Related video. I like that.
So before you had the ability to go into like a long form video and cut 15 to 30 seconds or whatever out of that video and make a short out of it, but it would not mark it it wouldn't mark it right. And it would be like, people wouldn't know that, watch the full video here.
Yes.
It wasn't clear.
You would have to link it in the description and all this other stuff.
Now you can't put links in the description of shorts anymore. You can't put links in the comments of shorts anymore.
Oh, you can't. Okay.
No.
But you can link it to the related video itself.
Yes.
Like, I've noticed
there, but I've never tried it.
Adding shorts over like the last week, like, has brought more traffic, which is interesting, and some followers. And so it's cool, All of my interviews have a disclaimer.
Yeah, I put a disclaimer in all my videos.
I need to do it.
Talking about, I'm not a doctor, or this is not medical advice. This should not be taken as medical advice. I'm just sharing my experience or something to that effect. And you can add it in all the descriptions at once, Erin. There's like a mass ad. So you can
that's interesting because, I need to know how to do that, because when I started doing affiliate stuff, I went and I did it in every one. But if there's a mass
ad, do not ask me how I did it, because I never remember, but I just did it the other day.
I'll figure it out. I didn't know that it was an option. So
yeah, it is. If you
Google when you're in your YouTube studio, when you're in YouTube Studio, you go down to settings.
Okay.
And then you go to upload defaults. And then it's just like all this, like you got a description, a title, unlisted, all that stuff.
Okay, cool. And then I'll put that in everything that you do.
Yeah.
Your videos
But
or your
it's not
shorts?
it's not retroactive.
Right. Going forward. Okay. Cool.
But you can also do it retroactively because I added it to all my videos that were already posted. Ellie's
That
back. Hi, Ellie. Yeah, we're still live. It's almost been 4 hours, Ellie, but we're just having a good time.
Almost time.
She's like, holy moly, hi
I
again.
have to eat.
I know.
I'm actually getting hungry here. No, Ellie, this is a new one. It's a different day.
This should help with your watch time.
There you
Now-
go, Erin. We're getting you watch hours, girl.
Now the thing is
If they're watching on
watch
mine.
hours while you're live does not go towards your watch hours.
That's what I've heard, but everybody keeps saying that it's not true. But I read that too. Because I've seen them adjust after, like I see initially, okay, I have this many watch hours, and then it adjusts after, like it goes to on demand, and the watch hours are gone. So, yeah.
I
So-
mean, maybe they're, I don't know, maybe they've changed it. I could look it up.
Ellie
I
says
have Google.
Justin is right. Yeah, that was
What is
something
it?
that confused me because you're
My
right.
daughter.
So after like an episode of Lioness Lifestyle, for example, you'll go in and it'll say like you got so many watch hours,
Yes.
and then it takes a certain number of hours. Like it's usually the next day
Yes.
before, and then all of a sudden it resets.
Yes.
And then it shows me, so it'll still show me the total number of views, but the number of views in like the, since it's been published is lower because and the watch hours are lower.
Yeah.
So
So
John
it's saying
says
that-
lives are a big part of my watch hours. That's John, Carnivore Backwoods.
So then, does it count or doesn't it count?
Yeah, see,
Well,
everyone.
it says,
That's what
however, there are a
I've seen
few
it
things
not
to keep
count
in mind.
personally. And I've read that it doesn't count, but never anything official from YouTube. I can't find a statement from them. This is just in forums and whatnot outside of YouTube. I know that if they watch it afterwards, it definitely counts. But the question is, does it count like now?
John says it does. Dustin, what did you find?
I'm still trying to dig. I'm trying to
Yeah,
make sure that
it's
I
not
get the right
readily
Yeah,
available
I have
information
conflicting
for
information.
sure.
Yeah.
But John is like insisting that it counts. He does a lot of lives.
I do a lot of lives, and my hours I was always like 280 a month to 300 because you got to be like 303 a month to be 4,000 for the year to maintain monetization. But now I've been up in the 4, 5, 6, 700 range, so maybe it does. It's just hard to. It's because like, do YouTube.
It could also be that it's the only the people that are watching on your channel. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not getting credit for people watching on your channels, only like one person that's watching on mine or whatever.
Right.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
You
yeah.
know what I mean?
Credit for people watching on your own channel.
Yeah, correct. Which makes sense.
Yeah, Renee, you can lose monetization. I think you have to maintain a certain number of hours every year.
Wow.
Once
yeah,
you
you
get
gotta
it.
you gotta get and maintain 4,000 watch hours.
So then it just gets harder after the fact, except I guess you have more people watching and hopefully,
It's pretty easy because, like I said, like now, like if I look at my watch time hours here, let's see if I can go into analytics.
Yeah, let us know. But like John is swearing that it counts. I think a lot of his content is live. So I think, and I'm with Jason. Jason was like, why wouldn't live hours count? I'm like, exactly. Why wouldn't they? Like, it seems like, people are watching, right? We've got them all hooked into YouTube for the last almost 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
They're here with us. They're watching.
my dog was trapped in the room. My daughter opened the door. He ran in and now he's like, let me out.
Let me out.
Well, I have to do a little more research when we're off the air, but
Yeah,
Yeah, I want to know. Let me know.
Message us.
I know my total views have gone up like over the last 48 hours watching my analytics. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
so some of this should have helped, but
Yeah.
Ooh, free hot chocolate today at Starbucks, but we don't drink that regular hot chocolate, do we?
No, we don't drink
Just
that.
popped up on my phone.
I'll tell you what makes good hot chocolate is I don't know if you guys drink keto chow or not, but
I don't.
I drink. I tried the just the plain chocolate, but hot. So mix it up with butter, and so it doesn't add carbs to it.
Yeah, keto chow is a thing I want to try. Erin, tell them about your hot chocolate that you
Christy
do.
knows that she
I
beat me
know.
to it. I use the Equip chocolate protein powder with hot water and a little bit of heavy cream, and I swear it tastes like Swiss Miss. And then if you want to add it to do something special, take it to the next level, a little bit of like the heavy actual whipping cream that has next to no sugar in it. Yeah, it's good. But the Equip stuff, the taste of that like blows my mind. I can't believe how good it's like a chocolate brownie almost, that flavor.
And it's very clean. If people
It's-
haven't, so I bought the Equip
Yes.
chocolate protein powder on my friend Erin's recommendation. It's very clean. And
Yeah.
it's beef. What's that stuff called? Beef
isolate protein,
protein.
and then real cocoa
Mhm.
and stevia.
Mhm.
And the vanilla one's very clean too, and that's like my second favorite. I don't think I have the strawberry here. I haven't tried it yet. And the unflavored is just, whatever.
Yeah, unflavored is just the protein.
Yeah, it's just the protein. So
Yeah.
you can add that. I think I've added that to yogurt before and stuff for a little bit extra protein. But yeah, it's very good. It's worth it. It's not cheap, that's for sure.
Okay, Just Jason Keto. I'm gonna have to watch that. Just Jason Keto has a 12 Days of Chaffles series.
Ooh.
If anyone hasn't seen it, because I just saw that yesterday and I was like,
check that out.
this is awesome. That's something still on my to-do list because I don't have a waffle iron, you guys.
I don't either. I got rid of
Wow.
mine.
I need
It
to
got
go
so
get
nasty.
one.
I've got like so many dash machines.
Yeah, I need to go get one so I can do chaffles now.
See, I don't
like
want another
waffles.
appliance.
Waffles
They're
were not my
little.
thing.
I
I
know.
never liked them, but I'm thinking chaffles because it's like cheese and egg,
Yeah.
right? I'm gonna like that.
But you know why? The other reason I don't have the waffle iron, and Christy's heard me talk about this before, I don't like the nonstick surfaces and stuff like that. I try to avoid that. So
Yeah.
if I could get a good old fashioned cast iron one,
Ooh, okay.
cook it over the fire, I'll be happy.
Well, I mean, I'm not the biggest. I mean, most of my stuff is that way too. But like, I don't know. As much as I use my chaffle iron, I don't use it enough to for that to be a concern. But.
Yeah. I'm just a big cast iron person, right, Christy?
Yeah, you are, and I'm like turning into one too.
Yeah.
But I would not be opposed to for the little dash minis or whatever for the chaffles. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But yeah, I'm
I'm just not using Teflon or something similar in my everyday cooking.
Yeah, I love a good either a ribeye or a chuck eye and a cast iron. Oh man, there's no other way to do it for me anymore. For those,
once you learn how to do it and you do
I have
it,
some. I just
that's
need to get
it.
them out and reseason them.
What?
Yeah.
I've got some. I just need to get them out and reseason them.
They're not that hard to clean.
Yeah, I find if I cook in it all the time, I really never have to reseason it unless I screw up and do something stupid, like leave something in it for too long or whatever, and don't clean it.
Yeah, mine
right
just
away.
haven't been used in a couple of years, so I probably need
Yeah.
to reseason them and clean them and do all that stuff.
Yeah, that I just seasoned mine with, because Erin's right. So I mean, they came pre-seasoned. I didn't know how good that was, so I did season it with some beef tallow the very first time. Now I just cook my steak with some beef tallow in there, and it's like,
Yeah.
I
When
know.
I'm adding my butter for eggs, it just basically reseasons it every time. Or the bacon. Bacon grease is great for that. But love it. Okay, John posted something else
He
about
must have looked
these
it up.
live hours.
I think it's a to be continued. I think he ran out of characters. There
Oh.
you go. There's the end of that comment. I hate that when you run out of characters. Okay, you do get watch hours for live streaming on YouTube. YouTube counts watch time for live streams in the same way that it counts watch time for regular videos. This means that every minute that a viewer watches your live stream counts towards your watch time total, copied from Google. Okay. There you go. I wonder why it jumps back down, Aaron, because you're not
That's
wrong.
what I want to know.
In the analytics, it'll say like you have this much watch time, and then all of a
And then
sudden
when it resets, then
yeah,
it's
and like as soon as it
lower.
processes the video after like the next day or whatever.
Yeah, it'll show like, okay, you have 18 hours, like
Yeah.
the night after the live, and then the next morning or the 24 hours later, it'll jump and it'll say 0.3 hours or
Right.
whatever. Like I've seen this happen several times, so I just don't understand why that is happening.
Yeah, I don't either.
You know, or if it's counting it and it's not showing it once it resets to on demand, I don't know.
Yeah. Don't know. But thanks, John, for looking that up and for the
That's
cool
awesome.
emoji. I love it. Ha. Oh, awesome, Bruce. You're going to love his channel. Carnivore Backwoods. Come hang out with us on Sundays I'm on there a lot, right, John? For the Carnivore Roundtable on Sundays. Those are fun.
Now, all of your lives that you guys do, if you have like, so my Sunday mornings go into a playlist, my Saturdays go into a playlist,
Yep.
and my Tuesday night goes into a playlist, and you mark the playlist as a podcast.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have
did
a
that
lot of
for
questions
Linus
about that.
Lifestyle. So I have a playlist for Linus Lifestyle and it's a podcast. And I did that for when I interview somebody, I call that a meeting with, like that's the name of that series, a meeting with. And I did the same thing with that. My other live streams were like this one, like I'm not hosting, like I'm not in charge of the comments or anything. That's you, Dustin. So do you do that for those? Cause I'll be on like Carnivore Roundtable, like I'm on here, or like Aaron will host, or Nicole or something, or like the low carb football party, or those type of things that I go on.
Yeah.
If I am streaming it to my channel, then I would put so any of the ones that I stream to my channel, I would put them into like maybe a miscellaneous folder or whatever they're closest to.
Miscellaneous live. I could create like a miscellaneous.
Yeah, I mean, you can probably name it so
other
people may want to click on it, but
yeah, who knows? I don't know.
Do you put it into a separate podcast playlist and transfer them all over as podcasts?
YouTube does it.
Or are you labeling your existing playlists as podcasts?
As a podcast. So if you look at my channel now, you should see like Linus Lifestyle is also available as a podcast, and YouTube just does it. I don't know. You click the podcast button.
Okay.
So where
I
it
gotta
goes,
find
how
that
people
button.
find it, I don't really know, but you don't really have to do anything other than click the podcast button.
I'm also curious if I can bring over my Spotify stuff into YouTube.
I don't know.
That's only
I don't
audio.
know. Let me know if you figure that out. Yeah, because that's true. It would be audio only.
Yeah.
Well, realistically, if you put it on, so if you have stuff uploaded, did you upload that through Anchor?
On my Spotify?
Yeah.
I actually did.
Anchor is owned by Spotify.
Podcaster. No, because I'm not familiar with this yet. I'm just starting out, so I'm doing it all through Spotify.
Because I know because all the podcasts that I've uploaded, I did through Anchor, which is owned by Spotify.
Oh wait, you're right. They rebranded it. It's not called Anchor anymore. It is, because I see it say previously Anchor.
Okay. Again, I haven't looked at it in a while.
Podcaster.spotify. Yes.
So what that would do is then that would put it out on Spotify. Then after a while, it would go out to Apple and all the other clients.
Oh, I didn't know that it did that.
So it should also maybe show up in YouTube, perhaps.
Okay.
But YouTube being its own, they may not.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know how far of a reach like the podcast. I don't know if it's moving these out anywhere else. So if you're putting these into a podcast and they're labeled as podcasts, I don't know if YouTube is pushing them beyond YouTube or not.
Yeah.
That I'm not sure. But John said podcast increases your overall views and hours.
Okay, cool.
So that's good to know. I just did that with my two that are like a series, like Linus Lifestyle. That's like a series, a meeting with that's a series. Then I just have these other random lives like this, and I do a ton of those.
And you have them going automatically to this, because I know that some of my older stuff, it wouldn't make sense to have it as just a podcast because I'm showing things or whatever, and it wouldn't translate well. It's not.
Yeah. Everything. So like Jason was saying, so I made my Linus Lifestyle playlist also a podcast. So it just automatically goes. Now on your episode, you're planning on showing some photos. Which
If
would
you
not
want
really
me to, yeah.
Which we do want you to.
You
Yes.
can.
Do I need to give them to you, by the way, or will I have them on my
No,
screen?
you should be able to
Okay.
share your screen
Okay,
whenever you're
gotcha.
ready and do that. Yeah.
Okay.
You
So,
should
that's
be
part of
able to upload video podcast to Anchor or whatever it's called now.
Yeah, you can. I actually did that at first, and then I said to myself, I don't really want it video on here, and then I started doing separate audio stuff. But yeah.
So
'Cause I
yeah,
like
here's
the
what
idea of
this
just
looks
doing the
like.
audio too. That's fun.
So when I search my name in YouTube Music, this is what it looks like. I don't know if you'll be able to see it very clearly or not, but so that's YouTube
Yeah.
Music. So it shows all my
Okay.
podcasts.
So it's on there.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked at it. I didn't know what happened, but I got some advice to make a podcast, so I did. But I didn't know what happened when I did that, But yeah. Thanks for all the YouTube.
Thank you.
This
Yeah.
is like YouTube help support. This is
We
great.
could do an episode just on this.
We could. We should.
Because that would
Everybody
probably
come
be very
on and give us
interesting to
your
people.
Tips and tricks.
Yeah. And whatever we have with our lighting and all of that other stuff would be very
Yeah,
interesting.
because
I
it's
think.
so much to learn. You're welcome, Bruce. Bruce says I was giving him Dustin's channel.
Yeah, and there's links for it in the up if you scroll through the back of the chat as well.
And it's
That's
funny,
true.
Christy, I just clicked podcast in the menu on my YouTube app, and the
Yeah.
first thing that pops up is the three of us because the live must be going directly to podcast, I guess.
Yes.
You have that selected.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I already so because it's visible on my
Delayed.
channel, it's
Yeah.
already there. So there you go, Aaron. You're a podcast. You didn't even know. It hasn't even happened yet. That's funny.
That's funny. Cool.
Well, the thing what Carnivore Backwoods said is it competes directly with Spotify and Apple. But if you upload your podcasts to whatever it's called, like podcasting, whatever, through Spotify, they will push it out to other platforms like Apple and Google and all that stuff as well. So you would think that YouTube would probably try to do that as well to gain traction. But
Mhm.
Yeah.
YouTube being the way that it is, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows? Hey, Greg. Good morning.
It's because I said low carb football party, Aaron. I said low carb football party a minute ago, and then in pops Greg.
The bell went off on his phone.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, what? Low carb football party?" Christy said he does that every week, Dustin, for whatever football game is going on, and then they do a live stream during the football. And you don't have to know about football, do you, Aaron? Because we
Oh
both
yeah,
do,
I
and we
said the
both
first
do
time they
football
invited
parties.
me on, I'm like, you guys know I know nothing about football, right?
It's okay.
And they're like, it's okay.
It's a good time.
It's funny.
That's silly. That the YouTube, I mean, you would think, I don't know. I guess that makes sense, but at the same time, I wish they would push it out. But I guess I could go and I have most of this, all these, I can download them from StreamYard and I could put them wherever I want to. It's just a lot of work to make no money.
Yeah, it is a lot of work. And I don't know what level of StreamYard you have, Dustin, but I don't have that much storage in there. Like I've had to start deleting stuff because it's getting full.
Yeah.
My
So you
storage
can
is full.
download it to your computer, then delete it.
Yes.
I don't think I have any more room to download anything.
Well, I've got
My
I've
Mac is about to
downloaded everything.
blow up.
I store it redundantly. So
Yeah.
I've got 2 6 terabyte drives that I store stuff to.
There
So
you
I
go.
mirror them. And then
See, I don't
another
have any of that stuff yet. That all
Yeah.
costs money, and I just one thing at a time. I'm upgrading one thing at a time.
I have multiple hard drives, but the problem is that I used to have a PC. So they don't always work well with the Mac, and I don't want to reformat them. So they're kind of just like here. I need to work all of that out. And I need more memory in my Mac too. And it's just, I'm nervous to upgrade it on my own if I screw something up. I mean, I know it shouldn't be that difficult, but
I don't think
I
you can
know.
upgrade a Mac on your own. You get to take
What?
it to someone. I think you have to take a Mac somewhere to have it upgraded.
well, I got the one with the expandable memory where you can like actually like put in like extra memory. Like I used to work on computers and it was so easy to do on the PCs, like putting in the different memory chips and everything. But I'm just not familiar with cracking open an Apple. Like, it
Yeah, they
makes
don't
me
like you to do
nervous.
that.
They don't. They don't make it easy. And yeah,
That's why
know.
I'm still PC.
No, the old
Me
towers
too.
were so easy to take apart and switch things out and everything, but not this. So, you know?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and cut my side short here. 'Cause
Yeah,
I've got a lot
I
of work
need
to do
you
today.
to 4 hours.
I gotta wrap presents. But
Yeah,
I'm a
I have 1
procrastinator
second, so I need to
sometimes.
feed me.
Because if I don't get certain amount of stuff done today, you may never see me again.
You
Ooh.
will mysteriously vanish.
Ooh. Dust and dust.
Yeah, that's right.
But this was a lot
Aaron.
of fun. We'll have to do it again.
Absolutely. We need to do this again. And I'm gonna close by saying, Aaron, do you remember what my Roomba's name is?
My brain isn't functioning right now. I need food.
It's Dustin. Because my Roomba is always dusting the
Do you
floor.
remember what my Roomba's name is?
No, but because we
Not
had
Dustin?
Dustin here. No, I don't remember. what-
Lorelai, after Lorelai
Oh.
Gilmore.
Yes. Anyways, no, but thank you,
Anyway.
Dustin. Dustin's like, I don't
My
know.
Roomba's
Thank
name is Dustin too.
That's right.
Dustin
Because
too.
he is the Roomba.
I am the Roomba.
He is the Roomba. Oh my goodness. Well, Dustin, thanks for inviting us and for hanging out for 4 hours. From dark to it was dark and now it's full sun here. So yeah.
Thanks, guys. This
Merry
was a lot of
Christmas,
fun. We should do
everybody.
it again.
Yep, absolutely.
Some coffee. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.